Okay, let me,
Hello?
where are we at here?
Are we ready in the control room? Can't hear you.
Yes, we are.
Thank
Are
you.
you able to hear?
We're ready when you are, Pro Tem.
All right, we'll go ahead and start this meeting, and we'll look for any public comment in the room, which we don't see any.
Yeah, let's take a roll call first. So, Councilmember Robbins.
Here.
Councilmember Wallace.
Here.
Councilmember Friedrich.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass.
Here.
And Mayor Cregan is absent. Thank you.
All right, so now we will look to see for any public comment in the room. Seeing none, go ahead and look online.
We have no participation via Zoom.
All right, well, we will go ahead and move into closed session.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and close out.
May access Spanish interpretation.
May we please have instruction on Spanish interpretation?
Buenos días, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en vivo y en directo en español durante esta reunión. Si desea escuchar la interpretación en español, por favor presione el botón Interpretation o interpretación que está al pie y a la derecha de la pantalla Zoom. Usted verá el globo mundial. Si usted ha entrado a través de la aplicación Zoom para teléfonos inteligentes, seleccione su idioma presionando en More, M-O-R-E, o más en los tres puntitos de la esquina inferior de la pantalla. Seleccione Language Interpretation, interpretación de idiomas, y luego elige Spanish o español y presione donde dice Done o listo. Si desea escuchar solo a los intérpretes y no a los oradores originales, asegúrese de presionar Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Todos deben elegir un idioma. No se quede en la posición predestinada de apagado. Gracias. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll call this meeting to order and take the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and with that, we'll take the roll call.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here?
Councilmember Wallace?
Here.
Councilmember Friedrich?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
And Mayor Cregan is absent.
All right, and with that, we'll take the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We had 2 items on closed session this morning. First was public employee performance evaluations for the city manager and city attorney, and there is no reportable action. Second was conference with labor negotiator, with Ember Buckman, Human Resources Manager, being the designated representative regarding unrepresented employees, city manager, and city attorney, and there is no reportable action. And I do have reportable action from a closed session that we had on August 22nd. On 2 items there, we had a conference with legal counsel for existing litigation regarding the case of Old Republic Title Company versus Darren Cobre et al. And in that meeting, we had a 5-0 vote to authorize a settlement agreement, which has subsequently been signed on September 5th. It was an interpleader action involving a dispute over funds that were being held in escrow after sale of the Tahoe Pines Motel. And the settlement agreement resulted in $35,000 going to Darren Cobre and about $61,000 going to the city in exchange for dismissal of that case with prejudice. And the other case was conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. And that lawsuit was Lukens Brothers Water Company Incorporated versus City of South Lake Tahoe. We also had a vote of 5-0 to authorize a settlement agreement, which was signed on August 22nd to resolve a dispute over the city's zoning authority at 843 Hazel Drive, which is owned by Lukens Brothers. In that settlement, the Lukens Brothers dismissed their complaint without prejudice in exchange for the city foregoing enforcement action on the basis that the property was being primarily used as an industrial storage yard, and also the settlement agreement requires and confirms that Lukens has installed infrastructure on the site to be used in their water system. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Stroud. All right, with that, we'll move on to our proclamations. We've got 2 proclamations today, so I will come up to read these. All right, and Julie Reagan, I believe I don't see Julie here. Oh, it says, all right, Angie Reagan. My apologies. It's okay. It's okay. I was like, yeah. How's it going, Angie? All right. So I'll go ahead and read this proclamation. And This is recognizing the National Suicide Prevention and Action Month. Whereas the National Suicide Prevention and Action Month proclamation was created to raise the visibility of mental health and proactive suicide prevention resources in our community, we also want to start the conversation, destigmatize it, and help connect people with appropriate support services. And whereas, according to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, suicide is the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages 10 and 34, with more than 48,000 people dying by suicide annually in the United States. And whereas, according to Hope for the Day, with an average of 132 suicides completed daily, and each one directly impacting 100 additional people, including friends, service members, family, social media connections, and neighbors, we can safely assume everyone has been impacted by suicide. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe publicly places its full support behind these who work in the field of mental health, education, and law enforcement, and whereas global organizations like Hope for the Day and our local mental health partners serve on the front lines of a war that many refuse to discuss due to stigma, as suicide and mental health remain uncomfortable to talk about, and whereas every member of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all fighting our own battles. And whereas we encourage all residents to take time to understand mental health through education and recognize that we need to take care of our mental health while we take care of each other. We encourage all residents to take the time to check in with their family, friends, and neighbors on a regular basis, and to honestly communicate their appreciation for their existence by any gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, message, handshake, or hug can go a long way towards helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Therefore, the Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe do hereby proclaim September 2023 as National Suicide Prevention and Action Month in the City of South Lake Tahoe. Thank you, Angie. Yes.
Thank you. So I'm Angie Regan from Peace Love Tahoe and Access Tahoe. This is Simba. On behalf of those who struggle, those who are no longer with us, their loved ones, and the community who yearns for better support for one another, I would like to thank the City of South Lake Tahoe, Mayor Christy Cregan, Susan Blankenship, Chief Stevenson, and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention for making this proclamation possible. Thank you also to my friends for your support today. The word suicide requires a trigger warning, but we can't treat suicide with silence. I come from lived experience as a survivor of suicidal thoughts, crisis, and attempts. I heal out loud for those who heal in silence. I stay, I persist, and I survive to fight for compassion for those who struggle with surviving in this world. My hope is that this proclamation will spark increased awareness in this room and throughout our community. Nikita Valerio said, shouting self-care at people who actually need community care is how we fail people. We need to stop failing people. We can all do a better job at community care. We tell people they are not alone, but we need to make sure they know and feel that they are not alone. Thank you, Joe Irvin, for recently complimenting Access Tahoe for our solution-oriented approach. We will try to offer the same for suicide prevention. To Write Love on Our Arms is a nonprofit movement dedicated to presenting hope and finding help. Recently, they posted a list of things that can play a part in suicide prevention. Yes, many include mental health, such as proper diagnosis, service in rural areas, crisis intervention, open conversations, regular appointments, medication, insurance, mental health days, trauma support, and the crisis line. However, there are many things that we can do as individuals, a community, and a city to make a difference, including safe and stable housing, showing up for someone experiencing grief, firearm awareness and safety, exercise, sharing stories of survival, checking in on people, journaling, LGBTQIA plus pride events, regular social connection, stable employment, music, access to affordable and nutritious food, prison reform, access to disability benefits, adequate PTO, financial security, paid maternity and paternity leave, books, making plans with friends, education on anti-racism, free public spaces, conversations about stigma in BIPOC spaces, asking a stranger if they need help, exploring alternatives to self-harm, safe and sober spaces, having a pet, veteran support, volunteering, arts and crafts, reaching out to people you haven't seen in a while. If that list isn't long enough, the following events are coming up. September 18th is an Access Tahoe Roundtable. September 24th, we're having a Tahoe Bowl Leaves activity at Tahoe Bowl for bowling, games, and connection. November 18th is International Survivor of Suicide Loss Day. October 17th, we welcome Mai Tran and Erica Brown of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention to South Lake Tahoe. They will be presenting Talk Saves Lives here at City Hall at 9:30 a.m. I hope this community and city will see the value in attending. These talks do save lives. I also believe our city and parks can save lives. Embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion saves lives. Accessibility, acceptance, and belonging saves lives. Compassion, empathy, and understanding saves lives. Random acts of kindness can save lives, and we can all work together to save lives. This is a proclamation for Suicide Prevention and Action Month, so let's please all take action for preventing suicide. Thank you.
All right, and for the second proclamation, we're going to be recognizing Constitution Week. So whereas the Constitution, oh, I'm sorry, Laura Trimberger, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. All right, so I'm going to read, whereas the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principle of limited government and a republic dedicated to the rule by law. And whereas September 17th, 2023 marks 236th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideas the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so moving on, we are going to now open up the meeting for public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes in accordance with the Brown Act. The City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So anybody in the room would like to make public comment? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jeff Miner. I've been a citizen resident in the basin for about 50 years. I'm here to speak on the radon initiative that I would hope that the city would adopt into the planning department. And I would like the city to invite me back where I could do this in a more relaxed manner. What I'm speaking on is a radon-resistant new construction in the city of South Lake Tahoe. This is a map that shows that Lake Tahoe has high radon. That's by the California Geological Society. And there are radon initiatives that can be adopted into the planning department and the building codes. And that's what I would like to come and speak to you about. The reason I'm here right now today is that there are two building projects going on. The affordable housing project at Sugar Pine Village and the Lake Tahoe Community College student housing. The architects for the Lake Tahoe, the student housing project, incorporated radon-resistant new construction in the plans. The architects for the affordable housing at Sugar Pine Village did not. Possibly they didn't know about the fact that we have high radon. What that means is that there's a 40% chance that houses in Lake Tahoe will have high radon, based on a 2016 study by the State of California Radon Office. There's no reason that new projects shouldn't both have radon-resistant construction, except that there's no code that requires it in our building codes. We could choose to adopt that. And I would
Recording in progress.
and I would ask that the council invite me back where I could bring in people in the community that are building houses with radon-resistant new construction, people that are doing radon mitigation and testing, and the building official, and get his opinion about whether he would want to adopt something brand new into our building codes. So that's what I sent John Federich a large email that goes into this in detail, but I really just came here to broach the subject and to ask John if there's a chance to get me on the agenda sometime this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment? Yes, in the back. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Stacy Ballard. Thank you for the proclamation for this month being suicide awareness. A big part of what we're trying to do in Tahoe Access is about mental illness. I myself suffer from depression and anxiety, and we just don't have the system set up in our town to help people who are going through major trauma, stresses, or just everyday life. That's why we're trying to create a community with Tahoe Access so we can all help one another, because so many people hide this issue in their lives, and we want to create a place of acceptance. So thank you, and I hope to work with you guys a lot more on getting people help who need it. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Ballard. Anybody else in the room? Mrs. Reese, or either way, Mr. Mosier, go for it.
Good morning. Beautiful morning it is. I just want to talk about, I did a record request back in the end of May, and for records going back to redevelopment at Heavenly Village, and also the Blue Lake Motel lots. Their Blue Lake Motel that was purchased on Ski Run, that's parking lots now for the marina. The Tahoe was the other one, was up right by a couple doors down from Cecil's Market there on the corner on Highway 50. And all's they're able to find, Ms. Blankenship emailed me back and said, "Hi Ed, spent 5 hours looking in old RDA files for both properties attached. Is the only responsive document found an unsigned document. Our city attorney has also looked through city attorney files and no responsive documents were found." So all this is an unsigned estimated closing statement for the Tahoe Motel. That purchase price was to be $1,952,000, and then absolutely nothing for the Blue Lakes. I first requested at the time when Nancy Curry was city manager and we're selling the lots there to the marina to Mr. Al Yeshmurny, and came to $91,000 when we spent hundreds of thousands for the motel and the lots, and it was a very, from what I understand, a rather confusing deal because they bought the motel supposedly, and then the land was owned by somebody else. They had to go back and buy the land and all that. So, like I said, of what we spend a great deal of money on, and really don't get much, get 10 cents on the dollar in return. And then there's no records of it. And that's it, is where, what records get destroyed, how they get destroyed, why they get destroyed, why there is no record. A $2 million motel purchase for the Tahoe, and we're still paying on redevelopment bonds for that project, and there's no record of it. And there's a couple of very good reasons that I did the request for that. It's two very good reasons. And records don't indicate, so it comes down to my word against no records. That's what you're looking at. So, yeah, you're looking today at doing more, redevelopment style financing and schemes and everything for the hole in the ground there. And, we still haven't cleaned up the mess, and we're still paying for the mess and huge debts that actually did bankrupt the city. We just couldn't actually declare bankruptcy, though, for a number of reasons, but we were flat-ass broke. So, look at records, record keeping, find some hidden catacombs where they are, and in the future, hold on to records until, as long as we're still paying on bonds and debts for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Mrs. Reese. Yes, Ms. Reese.
Good morning, council, members, and mayor. I'm Diane Reese, South Lake Tahoe resident and Al Tahoe Firewise team leader. I'm here today to ask this council and the city manager to consider reevaluating and modifying the current franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuse that was recently passed by council. Our Al Tahoe residents have expressed concern to their Firewise advisory team that the current contract as written, with yard waste only being collected every other week using only one or two 95-gallon containers, has a very limited options for the effective removal and collection of combustible yard waste. In order to facilitate mitigating fire risk and to comply with the city's fire resilience strategic plan, we urge that more than once every other week of yard waste collection be approved. This current contract has not provided provisions for increased days of trash removal by South Tahoe Refuge during peak cleanup times. The city should not move forward with this contract until it clearly documents when or if multiple days of yard waste pickup will occur. In Al Tahoe, our community has rallied around our efforts to improve our property's survivability in the event of a wildfire. We feel that this current limited yard waste collection contract could deter residents from doing their due diligence to reduce the risk of wildfire engulfing our community. It should not be assumed that more days of collection will happen. Those days should be clearly noted in the contract so residents can prepare ahead of time and act accordingly. Therefore, we are requesting that a revised contract be considered and enacted that allows for and specifies multiple days and weeks of yard waste pickup. Please consider designating specific times for increased pickup, especially when the majority of the cleanup is being done by local residents and out-of-area owners. We know that extreme fire weather and red flag day warnings are prevalent during fire season, and we want to be sure that every opportunity exists to prepare our homes so another Caldor, Camp, or Maui-like fire doesn't engulf our community. Please help us prepare against the threat of wildfires by renegotiating and revising the current franchise agreement with South Tahoe Refuge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reese. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? You've already given,
I just have to hand these out.
oh yeah, if you want to give those to the clerk, that's fine.
These are radon test kits
Okay,
for everybody.
great. All right, seeing nobody else in the room, we will check our online platform for any
We'll
public.
go and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on any non-agendized item. Go ahead and hit the raise hand button. There are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great, all right, moving on. Do we have any city commissioners or student advisory that would like to give a report? Yes, thanks. Come.
Good morning, members of the council. I hope you had a good summer and happy start to the school year. I wanted to start off with a little update on some of the things that are going on at the high school so far this year. Firstly, it's back to school night tonight, so any parents in the audience, please come by and talk to your kids' teachers and get to know what they do. Also, I wanted to mention that the high school cross-country ski team, for those of you who don't know, the little skinny skis that go uphill, we're lacking a coach this year, so I wanted to reach out to the community and ask that anyone who might be interested to volunteer, maybe work part-time, reach out to me or Mr. Hennessy, the athletic director. The middle school just reinstated their Nordic ski program, and it'd be a shame for them to have to switch sports when they come up to high school. So if you guys know anybody, please let me know. Moving on, I wanted to congratulate the city on Saturday's wonderful multicultural festival. I was there with my friend Rose Friedrich, and we helped run the Letters to Our Sister City booth. And I thought it was a really great time. There was a lot of people there, a lot of high school students getting engaged and volunteering at the different booths, and lots of middle school and elementary school kids there with their parents enjoying the festivities and eating really good food, which I also had. I hope that we can continue with that tradition in the future. Lastly, I wanted to bring up the falling tree danger in the Angora Fire area nearby the high school. As a member of the cross-country team, I can attest that we run around that area pretty much daily, all around those burnt trees that could possibly be unstable. Anecdotally, the former representative Milo King was just telling me how he was mountain biking there a few weeks ago, and a burnt tree fell down like within a couple hundred yards of him. So it's definitely a risk. I'm not exactly sure what role the city plays in forestry and like surveying that area, but I just wanted to mention that I thought it's important that we address this issue, since a lot of the hikers and mountain bikers frequent that area, and also high school teams as well. Okay, thank you so much for listening. I look forward to meeting again next month. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for being here. All right, I see no other commissioners, so with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. Is there any council members that would like to pull any items off of the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room for the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will check our online platform.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on the consent agenda. There are no public comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, looking for a motion.
I'll move that we pass the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I just wanted to clarify, item 12, the $150,000, that's from airport-specific monies, right? I'm reading that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
That motion carries.
All right, so moving on to regular unfinished business. Our first item is going to be Fire Station 3 renovation or replacement options. This will be Mr. Najad, excuse me.
It will be both. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Bass and members of City Council. For the record, my name is Anush Najad, Director of Public Works. Today we will have a joint presentation between Public Works Department and Fire Department. Chief Drennan will join me in the presenting the functional requirements for the Fire Station 3 options. So to begin with, I would like to start by providing you some background for the project. Fire Station 3 was built in 1957, 66 years ago. It does not meet the essential building code requirements. This is a very important issue because the structure may fail during a natural disaster, such as a seismic event. In 2021, the city conducted a condition assessment study, and the study revealed that the current structure does not meet the essential building requirements, but also does not meet the current ADA and building code requirements, as well as structural, mechanical, and electrical deficiencies. In 2022, city staff initiated a planning and design process to upgrade the existing facility. The primary goal was to improve the living quarters for the firefighters, but after the detailed analysis, it was apparent that many of the existing deficiencies need to be addressed. The upgrade cost was estimated to be about $5 million, including the temporary staff relocation. In November 2022, the city directed the architect to develop a plan for a not-to-exceed amount of $3.5 million. On March 28 of this year, staff presented the option to the City Council. However, the council directed staff to develop other alternatives for further evaluation. Today, we will discuss those alternatives. So we have identified 4 alternatives for your considerations. Option A is minor internal modifications and renovations to improve the living conditions for the firefighters. Option B is the one that we presented back in March, is a renovation of the existing station to address living standards, code compliance issues, ADA issues, major mechanical, electrical, and structural upgrades for a cost cap of $3.5 million. This option, as I mentioned, was presented to council in March. From there, we have developed 2 different options. Again, those were based on some of the directions from the City Council. What we call option C is the addition of a 2-story structure behind the existing building. The new facility will meet the essential building standards as well as functional requirements that meet the fire department requirements. It includes all of the energy efficiency equipment and our climate action plan goals, including solar panels, pitched roof, and EV charging stations. Option D came about because we found out that Bank of West, which is now Bank of Montreal, is willing to negotiate to sell to the city some land next to the fire station. This option is a 1-story structure, and again, we'll have all of the functional features as in option C. So the only difference between option C and D is that option C is a 2-story structure. Option D is a 1-story structure on the Bank of West or Bank of Montreal site. Okay? So I want to mention also that both options C and D will allow the crew to remain in the existing building during construction, and the building will be demolished after the completion of the work. Option D does have the advantage to allow the city to sell that parcel after the work is done, so there's a potential for some revenue because then we can sell the land as well as the structure. And so that will be some additional revenue. Let me go over option A, which is the short-term minor renovation of the interior of the building. So these are very minor, just to improve the living standards for the firefighters. It includes new flooring on the 2nd level, HVAC upgrades, kitchen upgrades, interior painting on the 2nd level, and fixing the leaks on the roof. This option does not trigger ADA requirements due to the nature of the work, which is general maintenance. This option provides a better living condition for the crew, but makes no physical changes to the structure. The estimated cost of this option is about $500,000, which can be done in-house by hiring several specialty contractors to do the work. The work can be completed within 6 months if the council approves this option. Option B is the option that we presented to the council in March. Staff put a budget cap of $3.5 million for this option. At the time, it was decided to use a design build delivery method to complete this work. I want to point out that although we put a price cap of $3.5 million, engineer's estimate for this work was $5 million, which included the relocation cost. So there's a challenge to actually achieve what we want with $3.5 million. The project will address living quarters, code, and ADA issues, but would not change any of the functional characters or the size of the building. This option would generally add about 10 years to the life of this structure. Now let me go to the development of options C and D.
Desarrollar las opciones C y D.
It appears that we're having a little bit of crossover in the room. We are receiving Spanish interpretation. If we
Estamos
could
recibiendo
somehow stop the Spanish in the room, that would be great. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for the options C and D, we went through a project development process, which is a formal process in developing requirements and also developing the functional requirements for the project. We met with the fire department staff to document all project requirements. Then we retained a consultant which specializes in fire station design and construction. The consultant is RRM from San Luis Obispo. The consultant then interviewed the fire department staff, and we met on several occasions to convert the requirements into functional design based on real-life conditions and the space requirements for a fire station. The consultant then developed the size and functional requirements for the new fire station. We included all of the climate action plan goals, including all electrical appliances, a propane backup generator with allowance for future battery backup system, EV charging stations, solar panel, and other energy-saving options. So all of those which are within the city's future goals have been incorporated in the options C and D. At this point, what I would like to do is to ask Chief Drennan to go over the details of the functional requirements and the size of the new facility, which is also included as attachment to the staff report.
You can go to the next slide. I do. Awesome, thanks. Before I start, I just wanted to thank city staff for the work that's been done thus far, specifically Anush Najad. The reporting and the planning work that he's done has been phenomenally comprehensive. This has been a project going on, at least conceptually, with the fire department for several years now, and it's taken lots of different iterations. Honestly, it started out as trying to get new carpet and paint on the walls. That turned into a $900,000 estimate for some freshening up. And of course, that then led to if you've ever done a remodel of any kind of your own house, a massive can of worms. So here we are. This slide here is basically just showing you some rough estimates on size and scope. The apparatus bay obviously being the largest piece there for obvious reasons. I'll speak to that here in a moment when we look at the slides, but the apparatus and the size of the apparatus is really a limiting factor for us right now. What you've got in front of you here is an aerial shot looking directly at current Station 3 with a proposed new station directly behind it between the station and James Avenue. What they were able to accomplish with this design is pretty impressive in some respects because it actually meets a lot of the needs that we requested by way of clean station design, modern station design, essential services requirements, pretty substantial apparatus bay, and living quarters. There are some detriments to this that this is not our first choice for a number of reasons, and I'll kind of go into that. Number one, the construction of this would take place obviously immediately adjacent or behind the existing station, which means that heavy equipment, cranes, et cetera, are going to be moving in and about that station while we're trying to operate out of the station. If you look at the rear apron there at the back of the building, it is right up against James Avenue. So we would almost be parallel parking an engine on James to be behind the station before pulling in. Also not really allowing, say if, engine 1 or engine 2 come by the station, they have to come in off the highway and then back in versus driving through. Other apparatus wouldn't be driving through while engine 3 is sitting in the bay, as an example. The two-story design is not my favorite. I'm a huge proponent of tradition in the fire department. Things like fire poles are great. I'm all about it, but they also lead to risk management, not being quite as stoked on that concept. Coming downstairs in the middle of the night, I can tell you after having taken a few stumbles myself, it's not ideal, and the pole at 3 a.m. when you're barely awake is an accident waiting to happen. And I know a bunch of my guys don't like to hear me say that because we all like the tradition of the pole in the firehouse, but it doesn't take away from the fact that a single-story firehouse is much more usable and safe. The other concern here is that obviously once this is built, we would then be faced with demolishing the existing building, and I think there's some value to the building and to the lot, and I think that would offset. And when you take a look at the cost differences, which we'll get to in a minute, between this option and that option, I think we're looking at a difference right now, at least on paper, of around $500,000, over $19 million. The percentage of that is fairly low, and I think that at the end of the day, once you start making some changes here or there, either the first plan with the station behind the station, or the station behind current Station 3 could actually end up being more expensive. This could be less depending on what we do with it. So I think that $500,000 is really a non-issue, in my opinion. And the benefit of roughly the same cost by going to a single story on a much larger lot with ample space to do the construction, as well as continue to live in current Station 3 and not have to figure out relocation, the value is immeasurable, really. So with this design, I'm going to walk you through, it basically has most of the exact same amenities that the other one does. The layout of this is really no frills. I can't stress that enough. There are not many nice-to-haves in this design. Most everything in here is a need-to-have in one respect or another. As you look at this drawing from right to left, you have living quarters to the right with common quarters there with the kitchen, dining, and day room, as well as some office space in the front of the building, leading then to the apparatus bay, and then all of these acronyms and letters over here on the left. So let me walk you through what that is, actually. So on the left, we have our turnout storage, that's the TO. Directly behind that is our compressor room. You have turnout cleaning behind that. You have a cleanup space and detox. So what is that and why is it there? With clean station design, we're very concerned and looking to mitigate as best we can cancer risk in the fire service. Any structure fire, vegetation fire, or even a traffic collision with any kind of chemicals in the air, that just saturates into our equipment. Back in the day, certainly when I started, the dirtier your turnouts were and the dirtier your helmet, that was sort of a sign of I'm good at my job, or I don't know. It was a sign of something. In retrospect, it was very foolish because we were basically walking around with baked-in cancer on our stuff and breathing it constantly. We would leave our bunker boots sitting right by the bed so you can jump into them right from the bed and go to the call. That is definitely not the case in today's modern fire service. So now we come back from a structure fire, we go directly to the left, change out into clean gear, shower. The detox space is sauna. That's for sweating out those toxins that you just were saturated in while you were working and sweating. Then move across the apparatus bay and back into the clean space with nice clean clothes on. The right-hand side here is also positively pressured. So air movement is actually managed as well, so that diesel soot from the apparatus bay as well as anything over in the detox space never makes it into your living space. We've got 5 bedrooms. For minimum staffing of 3 on the engine, you might ask why we've asked for 5 bedrooms. We've gone back and forth between having transport ambulance in the fire service and not. I don't want to set the fire chief up 30 years from now to not have the ability to park an ambulance in the station if we need to do that. Likewise, on up staffing, when we have red flag days, this affords us the ability to sleep a second crew overnight. Somebody might be in a bunk bed, but it's going to work out where we can park 2 full engine companies in the station on any given night. This is not designed as an, quote, admin station, but it will double as one in the short term. The classroom that you see down at the bottom will double as office space for myself, the fire marshal, Sally, and that's about it. With the anticipation of a new Station 2 someday, whether that's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road, Station 2 being the central station would certainly be the admin station in the future. This would then go back to a classroom space for the crews. This would be a true community firehouse with, again, not a whole lot of frills. The current design was broken down by this space needs assessment, which you have a copy of. There may be questions on this. This is pretty much the bare bones requirement and needs of a firehouse in today's fire service. There's an awful lot in this, as Anush will probably describe here in a minute. This is mostly a 30% design, not 100% all comprehensive down to the square inch. There's certainly lots of things that could be changed or amended, and my feeling on it is the cost could either scale back or scale up a little, but not much. But we really don't need much more than what you see in front of you. I think I'm going to pass this back to Anush now. We're getting into the lot and some of the planning components of this, but if you have any questions, we'll certainly be here and available once we...
Can I ask a really quick question? Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
If this is a single story, why does it say stair?
So that's a great question. Thank you. We've asked for an actual pitched roof so that we're not dealing with a flat roof, because we currently have a flat roof with parapet walls on existing Station 3, which is highly problematic. We've had to fix that thing more times than I can count. It leaks today. With a significant pitch, to have a mountain design, we're looking for a 6 and 12 roughly. That affords us a fairly decent attic space. Another component of this design that I've requested in this process was to not finish out the attic, but at least rough it in with drywall, so that in the future, if there were a need for more office space, for more storage, for an additional bedroom or 2, you would have that ability. And instead of having your garage-style drop-down, spring-loaded, rickety staircase, we asked for a true staircase to walk up and down, so that if it did need to be used in a real capacity down the road, it could be. So this provides some ability for
Brilliant.
space. Thank you.
I just want to follow up on that actually then. Is there intention to have like windows on the pitch roof area so that if there's offices up there, there's some windows as well?
We haven't gotten that far. Again, we're at the 30% portion of planning, but that's certainly a thought that I've had as well in terms of having the capacity to open that up to office space. And
I like the idea of leaving it semi-unfinished or
Right.
only partially, ready to finish later or whatever it is.
Right.
But then if we do that, we want to make sure we build it now
Right.
with lighting, with light in the sense of window light in that space so that it can
And there's
reasonably-
a lot more to think about that as well, like the electrical and the HVAC and all the rest would also need to be thought
What
of.
about the ADA requirements for that space then?
Provided all of our quote admin office space truly is in the first floor, ADA is, and I'll let Anush speak to that in a minute, but ADA gets relaxed on that a little.
All right, I want to make sure that the potential future for office space there not just includes light, but then since this came to us because of an ADA issue, we don't want to rehab that again
Correct.
later on. That's a thing we can deal in the design now. And then lastly, if we're going to have a staircase and a potential upper level, I think you've got a place where you can put the fire pole.
Well, sure, yeah. Absolutely, I'm not nixing the fire pole by any means. But yes, the single story is definitely preferable, and for those reasons. So, I'll be here for more questions.
Thank you, Chief. So I would like to talk about some of the cost and the next steps. First of all, option D was identified when the opportunity came for potential acquisition of the property from the Bank of the West, which is now Bank of Montreal. Mr. Irvin reached out actually to the Bank of Montreal to initiate this discussion. The bank appeared to be open to the sale of the property. We also talked about potential donations. We have reviewed the TRPA requirements with the planning department, and acquisition of the land appears to be feasible from both planning and regulatory requirements, especially the TRPA requirements. We've had several discussions with Bank of Montreal staff. All of them have been very positive. Staff initially anticipate about a half an acre, which is shown there with that first red line. But after we did the planning work and all of the site requirements, it appears that we need about 1.15 acres, which is shown here with the blue vertical line. In the subsequent discussion with Bank of Montreal, they have expressed a desire to sell approximately 1.53 acres, which is shown here with the red arrow. We have done the appraisal for the half an acre, and I have ordered the appraisal for the larger parcel. But if the council directs us to move forward, then that will be the next step in terms of the cost and negotiation of the land acquisition. I would like to talk a little bit about the estimate of probable costs. Options C and D are about the same cost. That is because the option C is a two-story structure, is more expensive, elevators and everything else, so the cost appears to be the same. There will be more cost for the option D, which is on the Bank of Montreal site. There will be additional costs for site development, right-of-way, and so forth. So it comes about the same, really. The cost estimate for option C is estimated at $19.25 million, and option D is $19.75 million. We also estimated the cost if we move toward a LEED Gold standard, which will provide additional efficiency goals for our climate action, so better type of equipment and so forth. And a traffic signal, emergency traffic signal on US 50. If we choose to go into that direction, those costs is about $1.1 million. So what I would like to do is to kind of go over the breakdown of the cost. The structure itself is about $11 million. In the past, we had some discussion about the rough estimates of per square foot of cost comparison between other fire stations. And this estimate is very similar to those costs. But to do a full project development, there are other costs that adds up. These include equipment and furnishing. It includes on-site improvements, soft costs, permitting costs, and all of these then will add up to the $19.75 million. We've also included a 7% escalation cost so that we have accounted for that. And a detailed estimate of the cost with all of the items that we've estimated or our consultant has estimated is included in the staff report. So where can we go from here with the next steps? Based on the fire chief recommendation, we recommend that we move forward with option A, which is the initial rehab work for the existing fire station. And then we also recommend option D because of the items that the fire chief just articulated. In addition, it gives us more land. We have more space for future battery backup for our generator when the technology reaches that point. And option D provides all the functional requirements for an essential building and all of the requirements for a viable fire station that meets the city's climate action goals. The new facility is expected to have a life of 50 to 70 years. Okay? So for this option, we feel that a design build will be a good and viable approach to move this project forward. If the council directs the staff, we can begin negotiations with the Bank of Montreal to acquire the property and begin the design-build process. This will entail developing detailed performance specifications, conceptual drawings, and what we call a bridging document. Once that is completed, then we can move forward to select a design-build contractor, and they will do the final design, and then they will build the project. We do have a design-build ordinance now on the books, so we can move forward with that option if that the city council chooses to do. Ms. Tikhomorova has developed preliminary financial plan for the project. If directed, we currently have about $2.5 million to $3 million in Measure S funds on hand. That is sufficient funding for us to begin the property acquisition, to begin the design-build process, and then we can look at the financing with the options that our finance director has developed so far. Like the rec center, the finance department can investigate different financing options for the final design and construction. We have been appropriating $500,000 per year for Fire Station 2. If council chooses, we can put those funds toward Fire Station 3. That will reduce the overall funding needs for the project. And again, if council provides us direction, we can move on these options that we are recommending, and we can move forward with this project. So at this point, I would like to open it up to question, and Chief Drennan and myself will be very happy to answer any of your questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Najad. Council, got any clarifying questions?
So I have a bunch. I'm assuming based on all of the comments that you made that between the transition of Bank of the West to Bank of Montreal, the Bank of Montreal is still on board with selling, that we're all good there?
Yes.
Okay. Does the 1.53 acres bring us completely up to the bank parking lot? Or is there still a greenway between the two properties?
There is still some room between the fire station and the existing Bank of the West site.
Okay. Next question, do we have the bond capacity? Because I would imagine we don't have the cash for this. So it's, I heard Mr. Najad say that you have come up with a financing plan. I'm assuming that would be bonding.
It is not exactly, I wouldn't call it financing plan.
Okay.
We have different options that we can present to council. One of them is the bond financing. If we don't have any assets to pledge for the bonds, we can use capitalized interest option.
Okay.
Where we pay extra interest on the value of the structure to be constructed.
Okay.
And that would be one of the options, and bond service probably would be slightly higher than was listed in that table. We haven't explored anything in depth with
In depth.
Yes.
Okay.
And in terms of the funding source for the bond debt service, I created a 5-year plan for Measure S, where we still have $2.5 million allocated for streets. If we don't have again, there is Fire Station 2 in the picture where we set aside $500,000 to $1 million in the projections. If we eliminate that set aside, we possibly have $2.2 million in Measure S ongoing to fund the project. However, it will limit or eliminate any snow removal equipment purchase, which we originally projected at about $500,000 each year. There is a one-time purchase of $800,000 available in a couple of years after we just financed $3.5 million in equipment purchase. So every 3 to 5 years, we can still invest about $500 to $1 million into equipment replacement. And I can distribute the 5-year plan in more detail after the council meeting or
Okay, and then if I remember correctly, once the rec center is built, that gives us bond capacity, because even though we've used other properties to bond that,
Yes.
once that building is built, then we have
once
that.
that is constructed.
Okay. And then, any guesses, and I know this is complete, it would be a complete guess, but how much money we could sell the, if we went with the Bank of Montreal property and we have Station 3 abandoned, essentially, how much we could sell that, essentially, Lake Tahoe Boulevard property for? Just a ballpark.
I really don't have
Okay,
that number for you.
that was a,
But at least there is a potential to sell that land
Yeah.
and even the structure.
the
by
structure
itself.
as well, yeah.
You
If
know,
I may, Anush, really quick, sorry. One thing, if the city was to ever sell that piece of land, it would have to adhere to the Surplus Lands Act. And
Oh,
so it
well,
would
that's
be a
interesting.
piece of land that would go to housing first,
Oh.
potential. It's hard for us to guess on what the estimate is,
Okay.
but I want to
Well,
make that aware.
That's an okay thing for me.
Can I just add one more item
Yes.
to what our finance director just mentioned? If the council chooses to move forward, it would at least take us 18 months to get to the point
That
that
was
we're
my
going
next question, was timing.
to start the construction. So we're almost done with the rec center at that point. Rec center will be completed in 2016. 26, sorry. 26, and so that's about 2 years from now. So it will be good timing in terms of financial and bonding capacity.
You read my mind, because that was my actual next question. What's the timing on this? Okay, so that we could talk about the rec center. Okay, you answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Mr. Friedrich.
Sounds like option D might open up a possibility for some multifamily housing on the existing Fire Station 3 site. So not necessarily a question, just a note. So I guess, Mr. Najat, I think you made a compelling case, both of you, for option D combined with A, and I like a lot of the features there. Looking at the bigger picture, that we have a lot of deferred maintenance in town. There's public works building disrepair, rec department buildings, the ice arena, the list is long, right? I think we have $100 million in CIP potential projects at least. If one assumes that we can't do, this $20 million option and, fund down the list of those other needs, my question is, would you still make the case that the $20 million investment here is worthwhile, perhaps at the short-term expense of $15 million that could be spent on other building upgrades if we were to do option B at, say, $5 million, and then have, assuming you could finance $20 million for a set of building upgrades, apply $15 million elsewhere, would you still make the case that the opportunity cost of doing option D for other buildings is worthwhile, and perhaps you could just say why?
So in my opinion, yes, it's a good investment for a couple of reasons. First of all, the current fire station doesn't meet any of the standards that we have. It's a very old structure. We have some potential risks with that. For the other buildings, yes, there's a huge need, but we have developed a conditions assessment report. We know what those costs are. We're moving forward with procurement with Ms. Letton, with all of the energy savings types of projects that we're going to hopefully implement. As a part of that, there will be a financing plan. And some of those deficiencies that we have in our existing structures, hopefully we can address with that program. But we have to look at other funding sources for the deficiencies that we have. But this is an essential service type of operation. And, we have a fire station that should be improved. So that's my personal opinion. If Chief wants to add.
Sure. I guess my answer to that question would be on the scale of what you're willing to invest in something that you want to throw away later. And so I sort of reference this back to like my own house if I were going to be remodeling. And to bring it back to scale for my house, if I thought I was going to spend $100,000 or $200,000 on a remodel, but the design and the functionality was still totally lacking and gone in this case, I can't, I'm not saying this in jest, I'm quite literally speccing engines now, special design to fit in the engine bay. And this even 5 or 6 or 7 million into Station 3 won't change the size of my engine bay, because that would require essentially a tear down. And then we're back to option C or D. So to shoehorn an engine into the building that you're not that happy with and dropping big 7 figures, in my opinion, it's not how I would invest my own money. It's not how I would manage my own finances. So that's really the logical progression for me with why I would steer away from option B. You know, again, we really started this thing trying to get paint and carpet, and it was a process of going through this, of recognizing, oh my gosh, like the IT room is hugely insufficient. The code, the wiring, the HVAC. We had guys that were routinely getting sick. They would go home coughing because the HVAC system was just garbage. Didn't have a good way to keep rodents out. I mean, we were literally catching mice and keeping score on the whiteboard. You know, it was like, so I can't, you know, stress enough that this building has exceeded its lifespan. When we talk about buildings now, new build today, with essential services in mind, that's a 50 to 75 year structure. Well, the gas station that was built for Station 3 in 1957 was never intended to go this far. We're at 66 years on a, you know, a stacked brick, you know, stone building that won't manage any kind of a seismic event at all, and steep stairs that don't work, and you've seen the reports. So that's there with lots of photographs to document that. So that would be my long-winded answer to that, sorry.
Thank you, Chief. While you're there, when I say, you know, you Mr. Najad, an extra 1 million or so, 1.1 for LEED Gold status, I you know, immediately go to, there's lots of money out there for things like, so, you know, solar, batteries, microgrids, all electric buildings, air source heat pumps, EV charging, of course, solar canopies. I imagine all those things could be considered, and potentially seeking all available funding sources, state and federal and others, to bring down those costs and potentially even bring down the total cost, right? And I assume, so I guess my just question, will you be looking at all potential sources of funding for elements like that and others?
Absolutely. First of all, the base costs include everything you just mentioned. EV charging, solar panels, all our electrical, heat pumps, everything. The lead goal is just better efficiency. And again, we can look for funding. I think with Ms. Letton's work, there's a lot of opportunities we're going to be looking at in terms of grants or other opportunities for funding. So yes, we will be looking at those.
And then I guess with Chief Drennan, there's this source of funds out there right now for community resilience centers from the Strategic Growth Council, and I think when I think of essential services building, might there be an openness to that as a community asset? So this is kind of the during emergencies, say when the grid goes down for a couple of days, people on life-saving electrical equipment have a place to go or to seek refuge. That kind of thing. It seems like there are community spaces within the proposed design that could serve that purpose, and also could be, if that were to be pursued, a source of funds for that element. Would there be an openness to, say, have this to provide that kind of service to the community as a way to bring in additional revenue to the construction?
My answer to that is it's a public building, and we serve at the pleasure of the council for sure. So if that's the direction, we would gladly take that on.
Or at least look at it for sure. Okay.
All right, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, both the current and the new Bank of the West one-story site, there's no crosswalk or light traffic signal on Highway 50 at that location. How does that, or does that impact current operations? And in the design for this new building, would it make sense to coordinate with Caltrans to try to put in a light there so that traffic can be controlled when the engine and equipment is moving in and out?
The answer is yes to both. I believe it's in the plan, at least as a subset there, where it references the option to do that in the future. Yeah, that was the.
That was a lead plus traffic signal?
Yeah,
Okay,
at
very
the
good.
bottom. But yes, we do occasionally have issues when, like Friday afternoon traffic, if we have
Yeah.
heavy snow and backed up traffic, it is difficult to turn out and turn east.
Okay, is that
Or on a Sunday, turn west.
And that's a thing we need to coordinate with Caltrans because it's their street, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then for the adjacent property, if that were to become a housing development, similar to the 7-Eleven kind of property, a crosswalk there would also be extremely useful as well, because you also that is on the other side of the street from the new Barton area development, right? It's like right in that same neighborhood. It's right across the street from that neighborhood, is that correct?
Third Street, it's
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Yeah, so having a crosswalk at 50 there could serve multiple, a light and a crosswalk at that location could serve multiple purposes at that point in terms of
There's a
pedestrian
crosswalk
flow.
at Third.
Yeah, but if you put a housing unit, an affordable housing unit right next to the firehouse and the buses into work are on the other side of the street, everyone is going to do like they do at the Motel 6 and grocery outlet and just cross in the middle of the street at a second location in addition. So that's why I want to make sure that that's in plan to coordinate with Caltrans. And also it will help with the equipment moving in and out.
If I can, Mayor, Councilmember Robbins, I think we hear that and we can have that conversation if we get down to the point on this with regards to the traffic signal and what options exist for a crosswalk. I will note, starting spring of '24, Caltrans will be starting the safety project.
Yeah, and that's coming right up.
Which has a lot of approved components already a part of it, but we're also initiating the process on the corridor planning study. So there's opportunity to coordinate with Caltrans to make the pedestrian enhancements that we desire as a community.
Yeah, and I want to make sure, since that's coming up before this building's going to get built, getting that, the Caltrans engagement on the Highway 50 is coming up very soon, starting in October. And this is going to be a longer-term project. We want to make sure we get those interests when they make sense to get them involved sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
Okay. For option, just to close the loop, for option C, is it the assessment that the rear apron is too small and you couldn't be able to drive equipment on James Avenue, turn it in, and then back, and then turn it into the bay directly, right? Is that that's the issue?
There's several issues with that one. The inability to kind of drive around the station, which could probably be mitigated. The proximity to James means snow removal will be pushing right up against that building.
Okay.
And then we would probably be parallel parking back there if we needed to.
Okay. And then in the new option, in the option D, you are going to be able to bring equipment up James Avenue and then be able to have it run clear through the bay on both sides. That's the idea?
Yeah, so that's what that drive aisle is to the west side of the building, is the ability, like, for instance, if truck 2 came by Station 3 to grab supplies, they can get in the back, off that back ramp, and then make access to the highway again for response without having to backtrack through James and Third.
Is the idea also, just from the arrows, it looks like the idea that the bays open on both ends so that equipment can load
Correct, that's a
in from the
drive-through
back?
bay.
Okay.
Yep.
So that means you don't have to
Back in.
three-corner
Correct.
back in off of Highway
Yeah,
50.
and that would be the case with the other option
With both
C as
options.
well.
Okay, it's the main option with C that you're lacking is the drive-around capacity.
That, the two-story structure, the proximity of the building during construction, et cetera, so.
And then just to clarify, because we talked briefly during your presentation about having there be a steep pitched roof and a potential attic space. If the attic space is going to be used as offices, I just want to, what is the idea then? Was that be used as something that you don't want it to then trigger
Yeah.
ADA requirements to have an elevator to get into the attic?
Really, the intent of that space is storage.
Storage unit,
We're
okay.
constantly dealing with 10 pounds of something in a 5-pound bag, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we have limited storage at all 3 stations, and being able to front-load this building with a lot of storage is really the idea.
And that use of that space, if it's going to not be, because we were talking about having it be potential future office space, potential, that then would require ADA rules. That's, I guess, my concern.
Yeah, correct. And this is the idea behind office space or any kind of usable administratively, that's looking like 20, 30 years down the road. I just don't want to hamstring a chief, 2 decades away.
But if the upstairs were to be used as administrative space, would that then require ADA access for the attic, which is not in the current plan here?
If this design here.
That's just what I'm trying to get a handle on.
If this design here, if
Yeah.
we chose to put administrative offices in now, then the answer is yes. The intent is not to put administrative offices in the second floor now, though, at all.
But if we put them in
Really storage.
late, if we put them in later, then it would require ADA upgrades?
Let me jump in here if I can.
just trying to connect that
Yeah,
understanding.
no, our building official's here, he can correct me if I mistakenly state this, but it is my understanding, based on the building occupancy type, if you have certain types of uses available downstairs that are accessible to those that need it, you may not need to have the same type of accessibility options of upstairs. So if we have office space for our employees downstairs, the need to ADA enhance, if you will, for upstairs is likely not completely required, but I'll ask Jeremy to.
That's exactly what I'm trying to drive at.
Yeah.
Thank you. When talking about hamstring, I don't want to make sure we can't put office up there because of something. So just
Good morning, council. I would say that we will look at that with scrutiny, but I wouldn't say that they wouldn't be required to be accessible at this point. There's a chance that somebody who uses that facility would need to get upstairs, and we'd want equal facilitation for them as well.
Could that be done with something like a stair-mounted elevator instead of a full, with one of those stair-mounted lifts rather than a full elevator, and that would be a way to do that? Or a staircase that could be enhanced with that cheaply later, I guess?
Absolutely, as long as the apparatus met requirements.
So there are reasonable ways in this design to design now for it to be used simply as storage, such that it could later be used as office space that could meet ADA requirements later on without it being another major overhaul. That's the thinking I want to make sure we include in this now. That's all. It's easier to do it right now than to retrofit something 20 years from now.
Absolutely. We can definitely go that route.
All right, thank you, Jeremy.
Those are my questions.
Great. Ms. Wallace.
I just have one more question I forgot to ask. It was about this point where we decided with the rec center that we were going to hire a project manager rather than have the construction managed by staff. What is your anticipation if we do move forward with either a C or a D today, or at some point?
So we're in the process of hiring a new construction manager and facilities manager. I think this project can be handled by that person to move forward. I do not anticipate additional staffing needs to move this project forward.
Thank you.
Great, and then I got a couple questions. I'm curious, the 1.6 million in fees, kind of what that all comes out to?
I knew you would be asking that question because it kind of, that's the way that the consultant put it together. But let me go over that in a few minutes. I marked it off here. So the fees includes the architectural engineering, commissioning agent, utility hookup fees, the impact fees like the fees that we have to pay to TRPA, traffic impacts fees, geotechnical investigation, site surveys, material testing, and special inspection.
Okay, and is there any, when building a fire station, public buildings like this, the TRPA or any of these agencies don't have any kind of programs to help public projects move forward?
I'm not sure about that. I have discussed this project with Mr. Hitchcock, and he's working with us in terms of the types of fees they will be potentially charging us. Those are some of the items that we still need to work through.
And then do you know what the total contingency will be?
We have 5% contingency for the fees, and then we have 10% contingency that we allowed for the off-site. And I believe we included the same 10% for construction contingency, plus another 10% for the owner system contingency. So we put in good contingencies, yes.
Okay, and then with regards to, I know with Bank of Montreal, we're talking about maybe somewhat of a donation type setup, and have we looked at maybe a foundation that, for even more possible private funding. I know that Incline Village had, I believe Rob Schneider put a lot of funding into, Jeremy Renner, excuse me. So are we kind of looking at maybe creating a foundation that can have private funding come in to help for the project?
Mayor Bass, or Pro Tem Bass, we have not had that conversation about creating a fire department foundation. That would be something the chief and others in the community could collaborate on, perhaps. We are just so everyone knows, just recently created a Parks and Recreation Foundation. A lot of cities do have various foundations for different lines of business that they provide, but that has not occurred yet.
Great. I think I'll leave the rest for discussion. Thank you for your presentation. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, we will move on now to public comments. So anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, I can't see, but hey, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, Pro Tem Bass, council members, Mr. Irvin. My name is Al Martinez, South Lake Tahoe firefighter, and also a union president for our membership of 33. I'm here today just to briefly speak about our support fully to option D. Our staff, our firefighters, our fire chief has really done a lot of work in trying to get to this point. Our firefighters feel that, obviously you've seen many presentations and information about Station 3 and its condition for both visitors and our crews that live there. I can go on for quite a while about what we experience as residents of Fire Station 3, and when we do have visitors come, at times we try to lend them not to go in certain areas because of the condition and its look, to be honest. Chief Drennan mentioned having to horseshoe an engine in there. Yeah, it's tight. We can't walk around the back of the engine when we need something, when we're doing our checks and things like that. Option C seems to be like an okay design. However, like Chief Drennan mentioned, getting in and around the station in our apparatus from Station 1 or 2 will make it very, very difficult. The option D definitely seems like something that I think as a city, as a community, as firefighters living in these houses, would definitely have a long use for. There was mentioned 66 years that this station has been in use. I've seen pictures from the past where it used to house a mechanic, and there's evidence of that still today because the flooring was never replaced in that area. So yes, our membership, South Lake Tahoe Firefighters Association, fully supports Measure D, or Option D, and so we thank you for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Mrs. Reese.
Good morning again, Council. Diane Reese. I participated in the March Zoom regarding this particular issue of the deplorable conditions that exist currently at Fire Station 3, having witnessed what I felt was an unreasonable living situation and even a work environment for our personnel. It should never have gotten to this point. Addressing this issue is definitely long overdue, and I commend our Public Works Director and our city staff for recommending the options A and D as viable solutions to improve our fire department's living and work environment. This council can do what previous councils have failed to do in the past, and that is to make this fire department's budgetary needs a priority and not an afterthought. So please do not delay in acting these proposals to improve the living and working conditions of our hard-working and deserving fire personnel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Reese. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, seeing none, we will check our online platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 13. Hit the raise hand button. There are no additional public comments, Pro Tem.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for discussion and a possible motion.
Well, I'm in favor of options A and D plus the traffic light and the lead gold if it it sounds like, though, that they're doing all of the other stuff. So the LEED Gold sounds like it will be an easy lift. So, and then we just look to Olga, our new favorite person, to make us be able to afford it. And hopefully with the timing, with the rec center coming online, we'll have the bond capacity, and then all of the ways that Olga does her little magic wand, we'll be able to afford it, because all of us have been in that station, and I would not live there. And we shouldn't be asking our staff to live there either, and they do. So it's unacceptable.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just kind of back step for a minute. You know, when this came forward and the recommendation months ago talked about the $3.5 million renovation, when that was brought forward to council, the thought was that Fire Station 2 was the top priority in our capital improvement planning efforts and all of our plans. And we had been setting aside over the last 3 years, $500,000 a year in Measure S, and there's a fund there of $1.5 million right now. Given where we're at today and the discussion, if the direction is to move forward with the a combination of option A and D, the financing plan, I think it's really critical to get some direction from council on, do we want to shift that Fire Station 2 set aside to this project, which helps to reduce our amount that we have to finance for? That would be very good clarity, and I would like to also make sure that council's aware that that being the case, we will be looking 15 to 20 years probably until a new Station 2 gets on the horizon for us to really be able to build. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, when you look at the projects that we're building right now, it's a lot for a city our size with the revenues we have, whilst continuing to maintain the service levels for core services that we provide day in and day out. So just want to make sure that, get that direction. If you want us to do that, do you want to shift that money and have a clear understanding of what the future capacity for our finances entails to rebuild Fire Station 2?
I am in favor of shifting that, and I will say that we've been able to make it rain for all of the other priorities that we've had, the police, fire, and roads, which have been always, and housing, in the last 5 years I've been on council. So we will make Station 2 a priority as well, and we'll knock this domino down, and we're gonna knock the Station 2 domino down. We got Station 2 reopened, and we're going to knock that domino down too. But we're gonna deal with what's next. So we'll figure that one out next. We're not gonna wait 15 years.
Great.
We'll figure it out.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I just want public clarity from the chief. If it was your choice and you could have a new Station 3 in 2 years, a year and a half, whatever it is, 2 years, or a new Station 3 in 5 years, but not both, which is your priority? Which is between the two? Oh, sorry, to get the numbers backwards. Sorry, if we can do the project for Station 3 now, it'll likely push back Station 2 replacement, because I don't think there's the money to do both in parallel. I just want to get public certainty on which of those is the priority. It sounds like it's 3, but I don't want my guess to be that. I don't want it to be my guess.
Yeah, but I can clarify very, very clearly. The priority right now, as it sits, is clearly Station 3. And the reason for that is the current conditions of that building. That doesn't mean that Station 2 is not a priority for me. It just means it's second at the moment.
Gotcha. So 3 first, then 2 as soon as we can get to it. And that's the official line from the fire department, and I'm okay with that. As far as the funding issue, with interest rates now at 5%-ish, I think, having, they may come down by the time we finance this, but lowering the amount we're financing at a higher interest rate is more valuable now than banking that money for later, when we might have lower interest rates in 5-6 years when we get around to the major master plan for Beach, for the new city hall, for everything else that might include the Fire Station 2. That might be a much bigger later thing. lowering the financing costs is probably, for me, a good use of that money now, given the interest rates and the interest payments. I'm eyeing the 15-year plan, which is only a little bit more in terms of payments, but saves a fair bit overall. The 10-year plan I would prefer, but I don't know that we have the cash flow for that. I guess that's going to be a question for a later presentation to council in terms of more, we don't have to choose a financing option now, right? These are just financing options that exist.
That's exactly correct. We will come back if council directs us to.
Okay, so I'll leave that to the finance department to expand that out, but that's sort of my thinking now. But in terms of you're looking for clarity on spending the Station 2 savings on 3, given the fire department's official position on prioritizing 3 over 2, and if I've gotten the numbers messed up here, apologies, then I think that's the right move.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Friedrich.
Well, I'm convinced for the DNA option, and thanks to firefighters and for coming here today to express that, and Chief Drennan for laying out why this is the preferred option. I certainly like, many of the ancillary benefits, being a low carbon demonstration project. Again, I would encourage us to look at a community resilience center options as we're exploring. I'm saying we have to commit to that today, but there is a lot of funding out there, and it's, like I said, a community asset, so that could be another. I like the idea of housing that could be freed up on the property next door potentially, and we'll see. And I think there are trade-offs, like you said, whether it's Fire Station 3 or 2, not to mention Fire Station 3 versus all the other buildings in town, but as Ms. Wallace said, we'll find a way to take on those other challenges as well. And Measure S, as we just said, is making this more feasible. In the future, we'll need to consider additional funding revenues. We all like to spend money and have these trophy new projects, but they do require a way to pay for them. So as we're considering, even next meeting, ways to fund new things, we have to keep that in mind. If we want things like new fire stations, to upgrade our building stock, to fix our roads and our potholes, we have to pay for them. So hopefully we'll all keep that in mind as we're thinking about how we pay for the next round of things, so you don't get something for nothing. So with that in mind, I'm certainly prepared to support this, and like I said, look forward to continuing to make the investments we need in our community.
Mr. Robbins.
One thing I just forgot real quick, I just want to acknowledge that Mr. Najad mentioned that this would be an excellent candidate for design build, which I think is absolutely the right way to go for this, particularly for this kind of project. And I do want to acknowledge the preceding council and their efforts of bringing in design build as an option. The 2020 to 2022 council did that. I know, Cody, that was something you pushed for.
Yes.
And I think that action for the preceding council will serve us well for this. This is an example of where that action and that flexibility makes a difference. And being able to do that under design build is, I think, the right way to do this. And I want to acknowledge that that was a good call by the preceding council.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wallace.
I'm going to make a motion, unless you want to wait.
I do. I have a few things. I'm sorry. I should have. You want to talk? Yeah. So no, I'm very much in support of this. I feel that when I went out and saw what the 3.5 million was actually going to do, it really didn't do improvements that are so needed. Our firemen actually live where they work. It's much different than any other department in the city, and so having a facility that they're proud to go to, that they feel good, to me is a very, very important thing. And when we went out there and saw, wow, there's this vacant lot sitting here, it really opened up the possibilities of being able to have the bays that you can pull through from James Avenue out into Highway 50, and just really allows for a great design to happen. One thing I am a little bit, we put some money into Fire Station 3 4 years ago, a small amount, or no? Just as far as some like basic stuff?
I don't think so.
We didn't, okay.
The only thing that's been done at Station 3 in the last couple of years has been immediate repair.
Immediate repair, okay. Yeah, I guess my only thought is sometimes with the A option of putting money into something that we're about to demolish, is a little bit hard for me, when we have Fire Station 2 that could probably use that $500,000, and it is going to be there for 15 years. So that's my only little thought here, is that, you know, we're putting money into $500,000 into Fire Station 3, the current one that will be demolished in 2 years. Where should we be putting that money into Fire Station 2, because we're going to get the use of that $500,000 for 15 years, if you follow me.
We did put money into Fire Station 2 when we took it back over, and so that was where, I think what you're talking about. And when we talked about this, we talked about everything that we, back in March, I believe it was, like appliances and things like that, that we're going to spend that $500,000 on, could be used in the new facility. So we did discuss that. So it's not wasted money.
Yeah, and I
Well,
guess
some
that
of it
would
will
be
be
my.
because it's just livable for the next 2 years, paint and things like that, but just to make it livable for the next couple of years. But a lot of it can be transferred to the new building. We made that clear, I think.
Okay, yeah, then, and for me, that would be, let's try to use that $500,000 to things that we can transfer into the new building, furnishing equipment, those kind
Yeah,
of
we
things.
talked about with the police department too, like with the new lockers and stuff. We want to make sure that we're using the public's money wisely.
Yeah, definitely. And
Less
then,
floors, but kitchen equipment can move over,
Yeah,
ranges and
of
stuff
course.
move over.
yeah,
So
so.
think about that, I like that.
Yeah, my other thought with it as well, when we go to the design on this, are we going to be looking at, you know, with LEED Gold, that is definitely going to bring us into a better design environmentally, but there are a lot of things I would say that, as we've gone through, that are not even part of LEED. Like, I definitely want to make sure, as we always should be, that we're building this to the highest environmental standard, and you kind of said no frills, right, which I'm glad that we're being more conservative. At the same point, I would like to see us try to build the best building possible, and that's why I was kind of asking about the contingency that we're holding to buy and these fees, because as the building cost is only $11 million, $8 million of that is contingency, is all of these things, and it's like, can we not pull some of that back into actually going into the building? And sometimes, like with contingency, when we have a 25% reserve that's always sitting there, can we not look at that reserve sometimes as our contingency and then move that money that we would be holding back into the actual building? And that's, again, more, I think, for Mr. Najad and Ms. Tika Marova to kind of work through. But for me, I would like it to see it as not no frills. Let's try to get as many frills as we can. As well, let's also talk about this foundation thing. I think that a firefighting foundation in the city is something that we should really consider. People can donate to it and get charitable contributions. And again, just across the lake, we just saw a major movie actor, you know, contribute and basically build the whole station. So let's make that possible here, and see where we can get. So, yeah.
What kind of thrills are you talking about, and what kind of thrills are you talking about? I'd like some
Frills, not
clarity.
thrills.
Frills. Well, I did say frills.
The job is thrilling enough.
I'd like clarity on frills, because I've been in a lot of fire stations, and I don't think I've ever seen frills except for maybe big screen TVs. And, I mean, honestly, what kind of frills are we talking
Really,
about?
the only thing that I would speak to with that is the fit and finish, right? So when we're looking at fit and finish, we would be looking more at industrial grade, not like high-end, McMansion grade type stuff. We're not looking to have
Marble countertops.
marble shower,
Yeah.
6 heads in the shower, and all that kind of stuff. Like, no, I don't need a, high-end mansion type build. We're looking for industrial grade, commercial grade, interior. In terms of the exterior, we want to make sure that things like our landscaping are consistent with what we're asking the rest of the public to do at Defensible Space. It wouldn't be, blown out in that direction either. And that's really what we're talking about in terms of building material. But in terms of how to build it environmentally thoughtful, absolutely. If there are things that we can invest in there, we'll take advantage of that as well. And then my only last comment in terms of Station 2 is, currently that station is meeting the needs of those guys. It's the roof has been redone. We've done some renovations after we reopened. So that's another reason why this is highly, definitely the priority.
Great.
If I may, sorry, council
yes,
members,
Mr.
Mr. Bass, you mentioned 500,000 discussion back in April. Just want to remind council that there was no funding appropriated for Fire Station 3 at this point at all, except just a small amount, 150,000 approximately several years ago that have been used for small repairs or the study.
Great. One last thought, and then Mr. Robbins has another. With Fire Station 2 and our ladder truck, are we going to be able to design these as bays for the ladder truck to fit into, so when we do 2? Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm really keen on the idea of using the old Station 3 location, if we go with D, which it seems like that's where we're clearly headed, to use the old Station 3 site as affordable housing development, similar to what we have in the works for the 7-Eleven location. But it would be good if that transfer sale process for that was worked in to the plan so that that could happen smoothly and quickly, that the property didn't sit there for a long time to actually make that transfer to another owner to develop, deed restricted, et cetera, housing for that location were part of the development plan for that site so that that could all move as one continuous process. Not as part of the building contract, I'm not talking about that, but the overall activity of this where we are disposing of that property, that we make that part of our actions, not part of the design build or anything like that. But that way that happens in one sort of continuous construction, demolition, rebuilding, that happens quickly without long delays.
Yeah, so that use of that property isn't something specifically on this agenda today, but it would be coming back to council, assuming this option D is what's selected and moves along, and we can bring that back expeditiously.
So when it comes back to council, let's have some thought about, included in that topic, about how we can turn the old location into housing smoothly on an expedited basis.
Understood.
Great. Is that reasonable for everyone?
We will do that.
Mr. Friedrich.
I know Ms. Wallace is about to make the motion. I just wanted to, just thank Mayor Pro Tem Bass for, I think it was back in the spring, kind of visiting a Fire Station 3 and coming up with an idea that maybe we should think about building a new facility. So to credit where credit's due here. And then Mr. Najad and Chief Drennan and the team for working through these set of alternatives, and I think as we've heard in the discussion today, this is really an elevation of what was originally a new paint job, and now we're starting to talk about housing and low carbon demonstration, community resilience. So I just think this is a lot of commendation to go around, and again, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Bass, for starting this discussion. And with that,
I'm going to make a motion. Make a motion to provide direction to the city manager to, A, make minor renovations to the second floor of the Fire Station 3 for an estimated cost of $500,000. And D, begin planning to construct a new one-story fire station on the adjacent Bank of Montreal site for an estimated cost of $19.75 million with the add-on of the $1.1 million for the Leeds Gold and the crosswalk or crossing traffic light with Caltrans.
second.
A motion and a second, and we will vote.
And just because that includes the direction about the site handling, right? That's clear.
Yeah, that's not on the agenda today, but we heard you on that.
And can I ask one clarifying quick before? This also includes that when we come back with the planning, financing, the Fire Station 2, 1.5.
So moved.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
All right. Well, I think we will take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:05 to our next item. Right, we will call this meeting back to order. Moving on to item number 14, Chateau at the Village and Zalanta project update, and this will be Ms. Roverud.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Bass and members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverud, Director of Development Services, providing this presentation to council today for potential discussion and direction. The purpose is to provide the council with background information so that you have the opportunity to begin discussing the strategic plan action item 4.2.2, which prioritizes the build-out of the project formerly known as Redevelopment Project 3, which is on the north side of Lake Tahoe Boulevard at State Line Boulevard. Starting back in the 80s, the South Tahoe redevelopment demonstration plan for the ski run and State Line areas was developed in 1989. Then came the State Line Ski Run Community Plan, which really set the zoning and development standards to support the vision outlined within that redevelopment demonstration plan. The redevelopment agency activities began with the Embassy Suites and Ski Run Marina project. Embassy Suites is now the Margaritaville Hotel. They're adjacent to State Line. Then came the Park Avenue project, or Heavenly Village. And the third project identified in that redevelopment demonstration plan didn't have a very creative name at the time, Redevelopment Project 3. That's the one that is the subject of today's discussion.
I think that's where it fell.
So the first project-specific approval for the Redevelopment Project 3 was certification of the environmental impact report and environmental impact statement by both the city and TRPA in 1998. At the time, the project had 3 sub-projects included in it, projects A, B, and C. Project A, here just for orientation, Lake Tahoe Boulevard is at the top of this figure, and State Line Avenue there to the left. Project A, closest to State Line, included hotel condominium units, a conference and event center, and commercial with retail and restaurant along the frontage of Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Project B, adjacent, included a hotel condominium component as well as the commercial along Lake Tahoe Boulevard as well. Project C, which is on the other side of the Stardust Lodge where the Powder House and Tahoe Tom's block is located, that was envisioned to include artist studio space, artist live-work units, daycare center, and additional commercial there along Lake Tahoe Boulevard. The project also included an underground passage between this project area and Heavenly Village below Lake Tahoe Boulevard, underground parking below projects A and B, and this public kind of plaza and park area in between projects A and B. In 2006, the redevelopment agency entered into an owner participation agreement with Lake Tahoe Development Company to develop the project. That agreement included outlining financing that would be included in the project. The public portion of that included some tax increment financing, Mello-Roos special taxes, and a community facilities district to support the sale of bonds to support this development. The project at that time was revised. It was scaled down to only projects A and project B sites. With that revisions, there was some reconfiguring of the floor area for the uses. However, the programming was similar to what was previously approved. An environmental impact report addendum was prepared, and both city and TRPA permits were issued for this project. In 2007, the developer proposed some additional revisions to the project. changed the underground passage below Lake Tahoe Boulevard to an overpass. Also made some additional adjustments to floor area for each uses and the number of hotel condominium units. But again, similar programming to what was previously approved. And a second EAR and EIS addendum was prepared for that project. This was the last permit that was approved for the project as a whole. The kind of comprehensively in the entire project area, there was 488 hotel condominium units approved, 95,000 square feet for the multi-purpose conference facility, 56,500 square feet of commercial, and 98,000 square feet of hotel accessory, spa, and recreation uses. This project also included the public plaza and park area between the two projects. That was one of the identified public benefits. In 2007, the subdivision map was approved for this project, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. That was the year that construction began, the demolition of all of the existing structures within the project area, the utility relocation to support the project was completed, and the foundation, which was primarily the underground parking garage in the Project A area, was completed. Unfortunately, construction came to a halt due to lack of ongoing construction financing as the economy entered into a recession period there in late 2007, 2008 was when that started. In 2009, the council took action to abandon issuance of the bonds given the uncertainty in financing of this project. Subsequently, there were foreclosures by several of the lenders on the property. In 2013, Owens Financial, which was one of the investment groups in the property, proposed developing the project in smaller phases. Phase 1 of the Chateau project was considered the foundation improvements that had already been constructed. Phase 2 of the Chateau project was the retail portion along Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Phase 3 is the hotel condominium units up above that retail space. And phase 4 is the build out of the rest of the hotel, condo, accessory, and meeting facility space. In the Project B area, phase 1 was the commercial as well as hotel condominium units adjacent to Lake Tahoe Boulevard. And then phase 2 is additional hotel condominium units. In 2013, the City Council found that this phasing was consistent with previous environmental review and permitting. They allocated some additional commercial floor area for the development of the retail space and also approved the abandonment of Laurel Street and Poplar Street, which previously had run through the project area. The retail portion along Lake Tahoe Boulevard of the Chateau project was constructed in 2014. In 2017, the retail portion of the Zalanta or Project B area, along with 30 hotel condominium units, were completed. The second phase of the Zalanta project, which is back behind the first phase that has been built, consists of 60 additional hotel condominium units. There has been a building permit application submitted for the construction of those, and issuance of that permit is pending some corrections on the plans. In 2019, a building permit was issued to construct Chateau Phase 3, which is 16 hotel condominium units up above the retail space along Lake Tahoe Boulevard. That building permit was extended several times, which was standard practice for us for construction projects that were impacted by the COVID pandemic and its effect on the construction industry. Over here, we've got a little depiction, elevation, this is the existing retail that we see out there now. And then this is what the additional 16 hotel condominium units will look like sitting on top of that existing construction. Construction on those 16 units began in earnest in this summer, 2023. Unfortunately, the roof had to be removed in order to construct these units up above the retail space, and it was not weatherized prior to some recent weather events that we've had, resulting in roof leaking into the retail space, damage to the units, and damage to merchandise in those spaces. The construction was halted pending court action related to that event. My understanding is that construction will be continuing again this week in order to get that construction completed and weatherize the site before this winter, before our next weather event. So I mentioned the subdivision map that was approved in 2007 for the original project. This is a depiction of what that looks like. Lot 1 was the public plaza area and all the public streetscape area. Lot 2 is essentially Zalanta or Project B. Lot 3 was the Chateau or Project A. And Lot 4 was the public convention and event facility. This map was never recorded. So there have been subsequent smaller subdivision maps recorded on this site, kind of resulting in a bit of a mishmash in terms of the parcel configuration. On this figure, the blue lines are existing parcels. This is a very general depiction. There are a lot of nuances with below grade and airspace condominium parcels that are a little challenging to depict in a flat photograph. In terms of the ownership of the site, I'll start here with this purple area. This is Zalanta Phase 1. There are 30 hotel condominium units in here that are all airspace parcels with separate ownership. However, the retail space and all the common area is within one ownership group. That same ownership group includes, they own the parcels behind where the Zalanta Phase 2 would be constructed. On the Chateau side, Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings is the owner of all this area in yellow, which is essentially the rest of the Chateau site, with the exception of the retail area along Lake Tahoe Boulevard that's shown here in red. So all of the subgrade area, including the parking garage below the retail, is in Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings ownership. The retail is owned by Imperium Blue, and then Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings also owns the airspace where they are building the 16 hotel condominium units. So challenges with developing this project at this point today. We mentioned the separate ownership. The original project area has been divided up now into separate ownership. Also, the entitlements for the property, they are still in place and the environmental review is valid. However, if there are any changes to the project that would trigger additional discretionary actions on behalf of the city or by the city, then we would need to evaluate that environmental analysis for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. That could potentially require some additional analysis and public comment period. It's pretty typical with any CEQA process that there is time, cost, and uncertainty associated with that. As I mentioned, the TRPA permit is still active and valid as long as construction continues along the timeline that TRPA has approved. However, again, changes to the project may trigger revisions to that permit as well. Physical and logistical challenges, clearly when you're doing construction that shares space with some existing development, as we experienced with the roof leakage, that is a challenge. Also sharing quite a bit of infrastructure there, especially on the Chateau portion of the site. cause for construction complexities. Also, the existing market. We did include in the staff report a memo from Johnson Valuation Group that provided a little bit more detail on the current kind of market situation as it relates to the potential development of this site. With the economic uncertainty and increased interest rates and high construction costs, those are barriers to development of the site today. However, on the positive side, it is a very desirable location. There's a lot of investment going on in the state line area right now that could support this type of project. Also, higher lodging demand with passage of Measure T. And as I mentioned, the TRPA permit is still active. I included in the staff report a brief discussion, kind of for the sake of conversation for City Council, if you want to explore some potential tools to pursue if the city wants to take a more active role in trying to get development built on this site or the project fully built out. That could include enforcement. However, enforcement would need to have consequences significant enough to motivate a developer. Given these challenges today, that would need to be a pretty significant effort. The project is located within an opportunity zone, so that is a positive driver of potential development here. Opportunity zones can provide tax benefits to investors that invest in a qualified opportunity zone fund. I also did include some information on tax increment financing options that are available and have actually been bolstered by the legislature post redevelopment agencies. Community facilities districts, another opportunity to develop funding that can assist with issuance of bonds to be included in the financing of a project here. I wanted to note we haven't analyzed these potential tools for their use specific to this site, and we have not talked to any of the property owners about any of these tools at this point. It's just things for the council to discuss, and we certainly can follow up with a lot more detail if the council wishes to go in that direction. These types of public and private financing partnerships are really only successful when you have a development partner that's motivated to build the project and include public benefit in the project. Also, we would need to have an experienced developer that has experience enough to construct a project of this level of complexity, both on the construction side and the financing side. So with that, that is a brief history of many years on this project. Happy to answer any questions that I can or follow up with additional information that the council might request to continue this discussion.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Rover, Mrs. Wallace.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is, for a couple of reasons, I think that a convention center is unlikely to go into that facility. One is with the new event center across the state line, the ability for the city to put in a bunch of money to subsidize that convention center, so on and so forth. With the change and having not having a convention center on that site, would that trigger a CEQA?
Not necessarily. The originally envisioned convention center, that was a public facility. It was part of the public portion of the financing of the project. If there were to be another similar kind of type gathering space like that, I know it's been brought up, perhaps performance space, maybe something that's not specifically designed for conferences and meeting facilities, could be privately owned. Whether it's publicly owned or privately owned doesn't really make that much difference in terms of the CEQA analysis and potential environmental impact. But if that space were to be reprogrammed to something like housing units or, something drastically different, then yes, that we would need to look at that from an environmental impact perspective.
What if it's converted to lodging units?
It's likely that we would need to look at the environmental impacts of that. Not saying that it would trigger a full environmental impact report at this point, but we would have to look at that.
Okay. And then with regards to setting up the different development incentives that you talked about, the Melrose CFD, the tax increment financing, and opportunity zones, and what is the process for that? How long would it take? So on and so forth. Because I don't think you got into that kind of detail.
Yeah, like I said, we haven't looked at using those tools specific to this site and what that might look like. I think initially we'd need to engage in conversations with the current ownership group and see if there's any interest there. Look at what kind of public benefit could be included in the project, whether that public plaza is still something that could be programmed in or not. We need to start there and then likely bring in some expertise that's able to kind of help us with the legal structure of what that financing would look like.
Okay.
Timeline, I can't really speak to that at this moment. I imagine it would take several years.
And then when you talked about going after them in a sort of a detrimental way, I'm assuming you're talking about, say, blight or an enforcement way. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's been brought up in the past
Yeah.
that, are there ways that the city can pursue that route with this particular project? That's something that we would have to look into the specifics in terms of, are there any code compliance issues there? But again, if we went that route, in my opinion, I'm not sure that it would have consequences large enough to really
We have to
motivate.
decide whether it's carrot versus stick.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thanks.
All right. Anybody else, Mr. Friedrich or Mr. Robbins?
Go ahead, John. Who owns Tahoe Chateau Land Holdings LLC?
My understanding is that the primary owner is a person with the last name of Chen. I believe it was David Chen. They contract with a property management and developer company, Proprius. Proprius is the company that we have been working with on the building permit aspect of the Chateau project.
Has there been discussion with the actual people behind the curtain who actually own the property about, what the hell's going on and when is this going to get done?
I have not had those conversations. I do believe that there are others involved in the project that have been working to have those conversations.
Who, others involved in the project, who others?
Real estate brokers, interested buyers,
Not the
that
city.
kind of group. Not the city that I'm aware
Not
of.
representatives from the city. So we haven't talked with the actual people who are ultimate decision-making authorities for this project about where their schedule is and what their plans are.
Not directly with the owner, no.
Okay. One of the things that's concerning is it's not clear that there's going to be a lot of room to maneuver here. I'm a little curious going back in time to understand how we let it get to this. How is it that the city engaged in a redevelopment project that allowed construction to drag on for over a decade and leave this hole unfinished? What processes were done then, and what lessons can be drawn from that so that can't happen in the future? And I'm just not clear on an understanding of what performance bonds or performance requirements or deadlines that could have been put in place, such that if the developer wasn't able to finish in time, at least the land would revert, or there'd be some compensatory insurance or something along those lines that didn't allow this to turn into a blight situation. I want to make sure that those issues have been closed in the interim.
Yeah, My research is really only limited to what was brought to city council in terms of negotiations to put together the owner participation agreement that came to council. I don't really have a lot of detailed information for you on that. You mentioned performance bond. That was a topic of conversation when the owner participation agreement was brought forward. And there was a decision at that time that not to include that in the agreement. I, again, don't have all of the details on that decision-making.
What the hell were they thinking back in?
Not a lot.
Back in 10 years ago, yeah, okay.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, sorry, yeah. And that's a lot of faith to place in the private market my concern is like if the property value, if the underlying property value is continuing to appreciate, right, and the value of the property continues to go up, they're not really going to lose a ton of money by leaving it undeveloped. Because if the value goes up, you can always continue to borrow against the value of the property to withdraw value and to pocket that. Because otherwise, you would think that a property like this sitting empty is not generating the revenue it has. But so long as the property is appreciating, you can withdraw that capital gain or that gain in the value that way. So my concern is that the incentives to get a move on construction, if they're not at risk of really losing money by not finishing, right, then my concern is that the incentive structure will be there to continue letting it drag out. If you have to come up with a huge amount of capital to finish the construction, but you're making some money now on just the appreciation of the property anyway, then, so I would like to see some discussion or some analysis of what options exist under things like urban blight, because I understand and I acknowledge that, in the 60s and 70s era, the term urban blight was used as cover for some pretty horrible things. But if ever there was a definition, if ever there was an example of where that is supposed to actually apply legitimately, I can't think of a better example of what urban blight really actually is in this context. This is literally, a hole sitting in our downtown, and I'm concerned about the report here not having a lot on the stick side of what we can actually do. And I think at this point, the public's patience has so run out on this topic that I can't fathom there being support for carrot and giving them money and giving them benefits at this point with this much long. I would like an analysis of options, and there doesn't seem to be a lot in here unless I'm missing something. Is that?
Not on the enforcement side, no.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can bring that back to you if that's something the council would like to pursue.
All right.
Mr. Friedrich.
Yeah, I was going to ask for a little more detail on the enforcement side. You said, some of them would have to kind of lean into, or whatever the phrase you said, given the overall challenges. I don't know if you're prepared to just offer here. I know we'll bring it back in the future, but just maybe some examples of the items that we might consider. Because I think, I agree with Mr. Robbins. I think we're very serious about moving here one way or another. Carrots are nice, but if they're not working, then I think we're willing to take stronger action. Could you just give a preview of coming attractions, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, we would be looking into working with legal counsel whether there's opportunities to pursue significant action related to either deeming the property a nuisance, other types of property blight avenues that we can pursue, but we would need to put that together for you if you want to go that route. The other route to consider is, a little bit more information could be brought forward on whether we want to engage in a partnership with the ownership to try to, again, get more public benefit out of whatever might get built and be able to set some expectations through an agreement that's formed there. Those are the two big picture avenues. There's a lot of detail in each of those.
On the latter, I'm just imagining, like, let's just say there's the existing owner or potential future owner who is motivated to do something other than having it sit there as a hole in the ground. And I took note of where you said, looking for a partner motivated to build with public benefit. Is this an opportunity, you think, where, wearing your planning hat, for us to engage again and to define what would be the kind of public benefit scenario that we would be willing to, invest significant incentive packages, the community facilities district, the opportunity zone, the tax increment financing district, all the things we could offer if it met certain criteria, and do you have any ideas of how we could kind of re-engage at this moment to define what that looks like?
Yeah, again, we'd have to have that conversation with the owner, really look at these financing tools and how they relate, but the legislature has modified these financing tools several times in the last few years to make them more usable for housing projects. So housing would be an opportunity, infrastructure upgrade, as well as other types of public facility, which might include public safety, might include recreation, those kinds of facilities. So those are the things that we could look into if that's something that the council would like to get more detail on.
So recreation, for example, if you had like a town square or a kind of a central park type thing, that.
Yeah, the original project had in it that kind of plaza park area in the middle, and that was the public benefit that was included in the project, as well as the convention facility.
And so we would need, maybe as a council, to take some action on initiating some kind of visioning or planning process to say, here's the kind of public benefit scenario we have in mind, right? As opposed to being more reactive to like negotiating on a different developer-driven proposal that we're willing to sweeten the pot to make something happen, but being a little more proactive to say, we would really love to finance this scenario, and any buyers out there, we'd love to partner. And here's what it looks like, but we need some process to do that,
Absolutely.
right? We all have ideas, but it's a community idea.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Robbins.
I'm just trying to understand the permitting situation here. They have an active building permit for the site that covers all of the current undeveloped area of the site. Is that correct?
No, that's not
I just
correct.
want to make sure I clearly understand that, because this has been under development for 10 years. Are there permits, these building permits, do they just last for eternity? Like, how does it work that their permit to construct on the site hasn't expired multiple times over by now? Could you elaborate on that a little bit? I'm afraid I might not, if it was covered, I wasn't entirely clear of.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Typically with a development project, they go through a planning entitlement phase where they may secure design review approval, special use permits. Then coming after that is building permits, and that's the actual construction permit. So there is a planning entitlement that covers the entire project area, but the only active building permit right now is for Chateau Phase 3, which is the 16 hotel condo units above the retail. The Zalanta Phase 2, they have applied for a building permit, but it is not ready for issuance yet.
And the permit that's currently active, does that have an expiration date if they don't get stuff finished?
No, the city's planning entitlements do not have expiration dates on them. TRPA's entitlement does have an expiration date, but as long as construction is pursued in their criteria of due diligence, then that permit can stay active.
I think there's 2 points of, there's one, you addressed the planning entitlement part. The building permit does have a time limit.
Oh, yes, building
So let's
permits
talk
do.
about that if we can.
Sorry, yes,
Yep.
building permits do have timeframes, but again, if construction is continuing and they're meeting milestones, those timeframes can get extended.
To how long, out for how long from the issuance of the initial building permit realistically? Like, they're meeting their due diligence, does nailing a board together count, or in how long can that realistically be stretched out? A decade seems like a long time.
No.
So I'm comparing that statement to where we actually are.
Yeah, so the building permit, the currently active building permit has only been in place since 2019. It was issued in 2019. We had a lot of construction projects, building permits that were extended because of impacts of the COVID pandemic. They've started construction with earnest now in 2023, and it is at the discretion of the building official with guidance from the building code on whether, when a project goes dormant for a period, whether that building permit would expire or not.
So that's the Phase 3 hotel condo, that's the upper levels above those, the retail
Yes.
on the
Yep.
storefront. But a permit must have been issued initially for what was supposed to be and is now an open-air parking lot, was supposed to be a garage, and the foundation work that resulted in the exposed rebar and everything, that was an initial permit that was issued.
Yes, that was a foundation-only permit, and that permit is no longer active.
Do we regularly offer permits to build just a basement with exposed rebar sticking out and say that's good and we're done after the end of that?
Occasionally we do, when we're getting close to the end of building season. In this particular case, it was directive from council. There were still some issues that needed to be worked out with the subdivision map and discussions that were going on with Caltrans with respect to that. And at that point, the city council did approve the subdivision map with the condition that things get worked out with Caltrans, and they directed to issue the foundation permit at that time.
So there was no requirement at the time, even if it took, fine, look, 'cause you can't build everything in one season. The seasons are finite and relatively short up here. I totally get that. That's not an issue. But like, there was no requirement in the building permit that they come back to meet their permit requirements to come back next year and at least deck over the parking lot so that it's not, there was never a requirement the permit that was issued allowed them to just leave rebar hanging out.
Yes, and that's not typically something that would be included in a building permit. That would be, again, kind of performance-related criteria, including in an agreement between a public-private partnership.
Does the fact that there's not an open permit for that give us leverage about if they need to finish, if they want to come finish the rest of the project, they're going to have to come to us to do it?
Yes.
If they're going to come to us at all. Does that give us a point of leverage to say that you better actually come quicker, this is not going to happen under this ownership structure at all? Does that give us some point of leverage that we can use there?
I don't know that we would have any leverage to require them to pull a building permit just through building code. I think we'd have to pursue these enforcement possibilities that we're talking about.
My concern is we want to enforce that, except they met the requirements of a permit that was issued that is ludicrous, but it is issued. And now we want to go back and say that this thing that the council allowed you to do then is, like, how, that might bind us in a frustrating set of ways in order to say, this thing that you've built to the permit that was issued 10 years ago by a council that wasn't paying attention is no longer okay, but it was then. So I'm trying to get my head around what our set of options really might be here.
That would be the benefit of entering into a new agreement with the new owner to be able to set those expectations and have it be enforceable through that agreement.
Okay, and then, all right, I'm sure I'll have more questions.
Ms. Wallace.
Just for my own personal edification, wasn't it a different owner even then? It was a different council and a different owner that made that agreement.
Yes, that was Lake Tahoe Development Company.
That
was the original developer.
Randy Lane. Yeah, thank you. That's what I thought. I'm just, for my own personal edification, I wanted to know that. Thank you.
Yeah, very different ownership situation now than it was then.
Cody, I'll let you guys want to follow up on Ms. Wallace's.
Okay, yeah. A few questions. So going back to the original development thing, from what I recollect, we did use eminent domain on a couple of those properties to make this project happen. Isn't that accurate?
I believe so. I can't speak to the detail of that. I personally was not involved in that component of the project, but I believe that was part of the partnership with Lake Tahoe Development Company to acquire all of the land in the project area.
Right, and so this may be from Mr. Stroud, so would this not require then that we have public part of this project be built, because that's what enabled us to use eminent domain to create the project?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question. I don't know that anyone would really have standing right now to force that to happen, and we don't particularly have control to make that happen, as Ms. River is saying.
Well, I
We
mean, if
don't
we-
have control over the site right now, and I think a lot of the challenges are because we do have entitlements in place that have led to vested rights to build the project that was originally approved, so.
Vested rights without deadlines.
Well, let me just, because I guess kind of where I'm going with that is that if the project was approved with the public portion, because of eminent domain, it had to be included. The fact that we used eminent domain never has gone away, and so I believe, if I remember right, somewhere in 2017, right before we got on council, the project may have been approved to be built without public process, just the units. Was there something did we approve those? I feel like there was something came in front of us that said, because redevelopment has ended, now we're going to try to remove this portion of the project, meaning the convention center, so that we could possibly see something move.
I don't know the time frame. I think it's in here, but there was a council action to essentially nullify the previous owner participation agreement, since the redevelopment agency, which was a partner in that agreement, no longer existed. Is that an accurate depiction of that action?
You probably are more familiar with the history than me, but that does sound correct.
Yeah, and, it was 2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, I mean, for me, in this situation, I mean, I feel like we need to move in parallel on 3 different tracks almost. Enforcement is absolutely one of them. Trying to communicate with the owner to let them know, look, we're done with this. We're moving in every possible direction to make development happen. And going back real quick to and I think we need to do more research on whether or not eminent domain requires us to keep a public portion or the public purpose of this project. And in my mind, it does, even if it's not necessarily strict in statute. It's what our intention was from the get-go. And where I'm going with this is I think that almost can change where the development's perspective is. If they have to create this public portion of the project, it could drastically change a lot about the way this moves forward. The other thought I'm having here is 2006, and to think back 18 years and what design standards were and what building materials were and what a design would have been compared to today. It seems to me that we need to go back to the drawing board just based on the fact that there are so many better environmental ways, so many better building materials, so many things that were not in our toolbox in 2006. And so, there's, I think, different ways. I really feel that we need to create the enforcement, and I think there may even need to be changes in our code to do some of these things. But I think right away, we need to figure out what it is that we can do to force the hand of the developer, whether they're going to make a development happen or put this on the market to let another developer come in. We have got to do whatever it is that we can, even if it's $1,000 a day and we're going on the nuisance thing. I feel like there are avenues, and we may have to take some risk, and maybe we are going into the courtroom not knowing whether they've met their standards or not, and we're going to let the court decide that. But from what I've seen, the developer hasn't met the standards. What I've watched in the last couple weeks, I haven't looked at all of the plans and everything, but they're putting huge LG units on top of a roof that supposedly we're supposed to be seeing 16 units built on top of. Just architecturally, it doesn't make sense that you would have these huge LG units coming above the foundation of the so there's things that I'm wondering, have we gone out and said, here's the plans that we approved and this is what you're doing now and these aren't in the plans? Because it just from the purview, the public's view, which is my view, it seems that way right now. So have we kind of checked them, I guess is what I'm saying, as far as what they're building and what's on the plans?
Yes. So before we issue a building permit, we make sure that those plans are consistent with the planning entitlement. And then as construction is continued under the building permit, there are regular inspections, and we have an inspector going by that site every day right now to make sure that we're observing all of the activity and what's being constructed.
Okay, great. And With the permit that is still under review, Zalanta Phase 3, I think is what we're naming that, are we requiring a performance bond for that part of the project?
No, we
Okay.
do not have a mechanism to do that at this point.
Okay, so for me, I would like to stop everything until we figure out that mechanism. I think that a performance bond on everything moving forward is absolutely necessary. That was a mistake that is why we have this hole in the ground, and I think that we should stop everything until we get performance bonds, so we don't make the same mistakes that we've made before.
So for building permit issuance, we don't have a way to require performance bonds, so those are ministerial permits that have to be issued if the standards are met.
Sorry, is that a way, we don't have a way currently, or we
We
can't?
cannot have a way to require a performance bond just with a building permit. The way we would do that is if we have an agreement with the owner and there's a public-private partnership with a public component on the project, and then we could have deadlines, performance bonds, performance standards, like we would in a development agreement.
We can't have an ordinance where we have, if you're building a project over a certain scale, that the permit will have to come with a performance bond?
Correct, we cannot do that. So normally what cities would do for big development projects, and it benefits the developer too often, is have a development agreement where you lay out the expectations and the time frame and how you're going to work together to get such a big project entitled and constructed.
Okay, so what about now going back to a new owner agreement? That's really, our new development agreement is really the only way we're gonna get that. Is there a pathway to get back there? And I know that we've said that this is a vested right and that we're unable to take the entitlements away. I just feel like where this is as an overall project, it's almost like we need a reset all the way. It seems like it is such a mess on every level. And what we can do within our toolbox to create that reset is almost, I feel like, where we're at. I mean, and it's nobody of this staff or this council that created this, but it is about as big of a mess that you could ever imagine. And so my mind goes to what do we do to almost try to create that reset, and how do we push all the levers to make it happen? And I would like to do them like, let's not just try one and see if it works and then try the next. Let's hit them all at the same time. We have lost to the tune of $100 million in TOT revenue, and when we do look at the needs of our finances and things, this hole in the ground is a key part of our future. And it's so I think that we have to make a move and make it like the number one priority to really make some action here. So my direction would just be let's pull all those levers and pull them at the same time.
We haven't done public comment yet.
But that's true, but we're not making a motion, it's just an update.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So I have, you may have additional things once you receive public comment, but for us to come back with options to pursue on the enforcement side, and also to engage the owner on potential public benefits as part of the project, do research on whether the original eminent domain already requires public improvements to be included, and then through that potentially look at whether there's an option to develop a partnership and an agreement that has those performance and timeframe expectations in them.
What about research on future eminent domain?
Well, let's do this. Let's go, because Ms. Wallace was right. Let's do public comment, and generally, we don't always come back for discussion on an item. We're not making a motion, but this one I think we will. So we'll go ahead for public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion after public comment.
Thank you.
Any public comment in the room? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First suggestion is call the Air Force and let them use it for a bombing range. And go back to square one. I agree, condemn the property, should have been done years ago. I believe there is more than ample case. If you know the whole background to it, I can stand here for a couple hours and give you the full background on it. If you go back and look at the council meeting, when the ENA, exclusive negotiating agreement, was extended to Marriott, that had it for a year and did nothing for the first 6 months, didn't fulfill the agreement, and it was a staged farce to make sure that, between Lou Feldman and Randy Lane, and to make sure that Randy Lane got it. There was an experienced developer in the room, gave a very nice presentation that did projects throughout the country, large-scale projects, five-star hotels, convention centers, and they ran them out of town. So it was a rigged, the whole was created that day. So put a commemorative plaque down there for Randy Lane, Lou Feldman, Mark Northcross, who was our financial consultant and jumped across the street. Gary Marchio worked for the city, retired and jumped across the street. Ted Long, Hal Cole, John Upton, Mike Weber, Mr. Jenkins. Give them a plaque to start with. Also, the business owners and motel owners that were required to or requested by Lou Feldman, talked them into taking seconds so that they could arrange for financing. That when it went bankrupt, they ended up losing somewhere in the vicinity of $6 to $8 million. Nobody ever really did. Like I said, we never even got one paragraph of investigative reporting on this at the time, and that's the real problem here. That's why things happen here. You don't have no checks and balances. So, Mr. Feldman talked them into doing that, and went bankrupt, and they ended up losing, in one case, owned a little bear in the driftwood there. The gentleman, lost everything. Ended up couch surfing. So, you answered that David Chen was one of the mother companies here. I was going to ask of who owned all that, who the mother company actually is. Long-term viability of the foundation, I don't think it's viable anymore. If you go there and look at it, water has seeped down with the rebar into the concrete. It isn't viable. I agree with with the Johnson Valuation Group, except for demand for lodging units and through Measure T, that part of it, under lodging component, is vacation rental permits have been non-renewed. That's bullcrap. Many of them are renting. It's not being enforced. In my neighborhood, just about every one that was permitted before and ones that were never permitted are renting. So there's a complete lack of enforcement as there was before. And, like I said, could spend hours on this.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, Seth Darab, South Lake Tahoe resident and your friendly unemployed affordable housing developer. One root cause I wanted to bring up is that the planning process and the entitlement process is longer than the economic cycle here. And this is an object lesson of the perfect being the enemy of the good. If we didn't have to go through many revisions, environmental impact reports, CEQA, TERPA, city getting involved with, what type of trees are going to be involved in the public plaza, this project might have been built before the economy crashed in 2007, 2008. So as you're going forward, as you're looking at zoning upgrades in the area plans, keep this project in mind, not only for what the developer didn't do, but what the city's role in adding layers of bureaucracy and making this project difficult to execute resulted in. Second point I want to make is if you go after the developer, I know that he's the least sympathetic actor in all of this. Nothing is going to be built now with construction interest rates at 8.75%, 9%. The economic conditions just don't make sense. It will never pencil. So, and if you want to start all over again, you're looking at another 10 years of environmental impact reports, CEQA planning. So I understand the impulse to punish and to beat down someone that has left a giant hole in the ground that is awful and ugly and should not happen and is a bad thing. But think twice about the consequences and the timeline of trying to do whatever Plan B is going to be. You'll end up with a hole in the ground for a lot longer than if you look at some of the incentive plans and working with the developer to actually get something built. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments in the room? All right, seeing none, we will check our online platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 14. I do see we have a couple of hands raised. I will note for the record that we did receive a public comment that was distributed to council from Mr. Jenkins. First up, we have Michael Dixon.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, council. My name is Michael Dixon. I'm with Imperium Blue Tahoe Holdings LLC. We are the owners of the existing Chateau commercial retail buildings at 4139 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, the subject property here. We understand through this conversation today that you guys are talking about various options, as far as how to help facilitate the forward movement of the development. We wanted today to make council aware, if you're not already aware, it sounds like a lot of you are, of some of the major issues that have been going on at the project, in hopes that the city may be able to help really our tenants first and foremost and their businesses. We, along with many others, are really eager to see this development finished, but really want to make sure that some critical issues are not overlooked in the process. The developer of the project began construction activities on the before mentioned 16 residential units above our retail buildings this spring. They do own, I think this was mentioned as well, the air rights above us. We and our tenants expected typical construction impacts such as noise, aesthetic, visual impacts, and so forth. But midsummer, the developer, without any prior notice or discussion, removed the entire roofing membrane, which was actually owned by us and not the developer. They removed this on both buildings rather than in small sections, and ultimately did not take any necessary steps to ensure that water subsequently wouldn't intrude into the spaces below. Since that time, most of our tenants' spaces and businesses have been completely exposed to the elements and have dealt with ongoing water intrusion. August, as you all know, has been significantly rainy throughout early in the month, and then Hurricane Hillary and a couple weeks after, rains over Labor Day caused substantial flooding and significant damage to the majority of our tenant spaces, causing them to close, damaging personal property, inventory, and so forth. We were hopeful that the building department was going to help when they issued a stop work order. Ultimately, they were allowed to proceed. And again, like was mentioned, just after that, they were allowed to proceed. The Labor Day weekend rains brought down even more significant flooding than what occurred during Hurricane Hillary. We've spent $40,000 over those two events with Surf Pro. That's just two events. We still have a completely exposed roof. We are extremely concerned, based on the developer's track record, that they're not going to be able to dry this building in before the winter season. They've shown such little progress this summer in building season that we just don't feel like there's enough time that they, even if they had the manpower and ability to do it, that they would potentially be able to do it. We've not before been provided with a legitimate building schedule or any sort of explanation or assurance of how they intend to even get it done. We've got really no direct communication with them. I think, as it also was mentioned before, we don't have any direct communication with the owner. It's only through a third-party manager, ProPrease, and that communication has been very difficult and almost non-existent. We just really wanted to make council aware of that these businesses are going to continue to see more and more of these issues as the fall precipitation increases and ultimately winter snow. These businesses' existence and future is really in question, as really all of them are likely to have to permanently shut down, as no business can operate with this kind of reoccurring flooding.
Mr. Dixon.
Significant. Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, I've given you a few minutes over your three, but because you're representing somebody, but if you could wrap it up for us, that would be great.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So, that's really it. We're just hopeful to let, our let you guys know of everything that's going on if everyone wasn't already informed. And, hopefully the city or building department can just do something to help these local businesses out. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Okay, next up we have Melissa.
Hello, thank you, Michael, for your input and city council members. We are at Suite C in the building, at the 4125 building. We're from Mahogany Smoke Meats. We're a small business, and the water damage has been extremely excessive. We have wainscot barnwood along the outside and inside. It's damaging our shelves, our products. And it went through the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's not only an intrusion of water, but it's affecting our reputation as a company and a small business where, customers are walking through even in the rain, but we have to lock our doors because the flooding, we can't have customers. It's a liability for our customers and our employees. So we're losing sales from the closures. Prior to that, we had white ceiling coming down with all the drilling and everything. And we knew that there was going to be noise, and that was understandable. But if it does continue this way, we will have to close. We've been there for almost 8 years as a business. And, it's severely impacting us. So we just are urging the council to please do what they can on our behalf of small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Carlson Chan.
Hello everyone. I'm Carlson Chan from True Peace, and we're the developer and manager of the development at the Chateau currently. And we're in the process of constructing the 16-unit condo hotel unit about the retail. Throughout the past 12 months, we have been communicating directly with Imperial Blue, submitting all the plans and processes, trying to coordinate a time frame for us to start construction since last year. And we received a lot of hesitation and reporting distraction in between the process. And we did commence the construction this year in coordination with all the retail units. Unfortunately, all the rain event plays into this year's construction schedule and caused some of the damages. And we want to apologize to every single affected party. And we will be responsible for all the cleaning and repair needed for the unit. And our goal, talking to the building official, also the judges that have a ruling on this case between the Imperial Blue and the Tahoe Chateau Land Holding, that we will be able to continue construction. And before the spring season, this coming winter comes, I should say, we will watertight the building in connection to all the retail unit. And we have already implemented temporary waterproofing on the roof currently, and it's protecting majority of the roof structure. The only portion that we're pending is the steel construction connection to the existing building. And we're projecting to finish that within the next 30 days, and that is our goal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. There are no additional public comments at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. So we will bring this back to council for more discussion and direction. Ms. Wallace.
So I always thought Project 3 was a ridiculous name. It needed something funnier. But the name that came after all of the problems is my favorite name, the Tahoe. And I used to work across the street. I worked at the Stardust when everything was torn down, and I watched a lot of it start getting built up. And then I was on the Planning Commission when the project was approved, the retail portion that they're talking about. And as much as I think that this is blight, and as much as I think that we need to talk about having a stick, because I do think that we need to start working on that stick I also think that I agree with Mr. DeLob. I think I said your name right, Mr. DeLob. He's right. Construction is incredibly expensive right now, and if we start adding more expenses to what's going to happen, I believe that we need to have both a carrot and a stick. And so if we can, it's sort of the win-win, like we were talking about earlier on the fire department. If we can convert convention center to workforce housing and work with the developer to make that change. And so we still have the public portion on the development, and do some of the tax incremental financing and other things that Ms. Roverwood was talking about, and we do some incentives. We need to have the stick in our back pocket, but I much prefer not waiting another 10 years for something to happen. And so if we can incentivize, and to be clear, I've worked in economic development for a long time. I don't believe that cities should give away the farm. I am furious with previous councils and what they did, not requiring a performance bond and giving away the farm across the street with the gondola and all of those things that they thought were good at the time, and that we have seen to the detriment of our community. And we're dealing with the implications of now. I don't believe that cities should give away everything in order to get possible future benefits. We need to value ourselves. We should value ourselves. But giving away incentives is a good thing. This tax incremental financing and opportunity zones and things like that. I think those are good things that we can do without undervaluing ourselves, because South Lake Tahoe and the state line area is valuable to developers. The only way we can do it is having that public portion on the property, and converting convention center to housing makes perfect sense, while also having a stick in our back pocket. And I think, at least in my opinion, that would be the way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
I will start off by acknowledging that I am broadly of the same mind as Councilwoman Wallace. And when that happens, you know this is a thing. So I will acknowledge that up front. I am nominally, I would be in the default position of being this is so infuriating and such a thorn and something that has so outraged the public that I absolutely would be nominally all on board with the stick and more stick. But the reality has to also be acknowledged that, yeah, that might result in even longer delays. I commented something similarly about the rec center, where if we wanted to undo it and then start again, it would be even longer delays. So that is for real, and we have to operate within the real world that actually exists. But again, align with Ms. Wallace's point, that we have to have a real, meaningful Plan B stick in our back pocket that's more or less, it's kind of ready to go. Something that right now we don't have handy, and we need to come at this from both ends. Absolutely, not just one, not just the carrot, but we have to have both capacities for a carrot and stick ready. And I will also say that I also agree that a possible model to do that is to say that if the current plan, that carrots might be available if the current plan were to include workforce housing. That's an excellent location. The jobs, a huge proportion of our jobs are right there. It's on a transit stop. It's next to the gondola. So having workforce housing as part of that development would be a major win. But if we're going to do a carrot, it's got to come with real performance requirements that are rigorous and enforceable and meaningful. that we can't say, here's another carrot, and then 10 years to be like, well, thanks for the carrot, it's still a hole. Like, we can't do this again. And that was what was lacking when the council did this originally. That's how we got here. So I'm not willing to do, benefits and public benefits in exchange for a promise for workforce housing. It'd have to be in exchange for an agreement to do a public benefit component. I like workforce housing as absolutely the top priority for that. That then also comes with rigorous performance requirements and deadlines to actually do the construction for that. And I think that's a good way. And if not, if that is something that can't be made to work out, then something along the lines of we forcibly acquire we get investment from a developer who's interested in it, they give us money, we forcibly acquire the property to hand over, and then they have a public benefit component to a seizure that we do on that property. We seize the properties the first time around. There's no reason we can't do that again, but have a public benefit component. And that is the plan B of doing the reset. But that reset would still come with those same public benefit components. But you're right, it would take longer, but if the developer's not going to get it done now anyway, if the carrot doesn't get us now, then that would be a type of aggressive aggressive stick. And then in the meantime, I want to see enforcement, I want to see blight, I want to understand, and not just limited to that which we may think is economically motivating. If the most we can cite is $1,000 a day and 360 grand a year is not economically motivating, maybe not, but that's money that should be coming to us no matter what. It's something we can do now, it's not nothing. And so even if that isn't something that would necessarily move the developer's needle, it's something that we should still be doing as an option if the developer doesn't agree to get a move on. I'm also concerned, lastly, that in over a decade, we haven't spoken with the developer directly. We haven't had, right, I asked if we had talked to the property owner in any recent time, and I believe the answer to that was no, right? I heard that correctly, that we haven't spoken to the actual owner?
I have not. I can't speak for past city managers or others that may have talked to them.
So
And
it
there
might
have been
been
different,
long ago, but certainly not in the relatively recent history.
and there have been different owners in the last decade as well.
So we need to have a conversation with the actual owner to say the city has reached the limits of our patience here, and that the council is not going to be tolerant of this project remaining in this limbo, hole-in-the-ground, rusting-away concrete hulk of a state. One way or another, this is going to get resolved, and that has to be communicated. That can't just be, we have a meeting, we have staff direction, it stays in-house, and it's never brought to the actual person who has decision-making power in terms of the property owner. So that's where my head is on that. So largely strongly aligned with Ms. Wallace, with pretty close. And that's a thing when that happens.
Right on. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Friedrich.
Maybe we'll start with a question from Ms. Roberud or others on staff. I just wanted to follow up on the public comment from Mr. Dixon, Melissa, I didn't get her last name again, and then Mr. Chan with the developer of the condominium units above the retail and all the concerns expressed. He offered some remediation. That the previous commenters expressed concern they hadn't heard what the plans were. There hadn't been communication. So there seems like there's some enforcement issues, making sure we're protecting the interest of the retail folks being impacted on the ground floor. Can you just provide an update on what we're doing to track and enforce this situation and convene the parties if necessary, or anything else to respond to the concerns that were raised?
Sure. So our enforcement authority with respect to the building permit is for compliance with the building code. So as I mentioned, we do have an inspector going there every day to observe construction activities. There have not been construction activities for, I'm going to say about the last 2 weeks, due to the pending litigation between the two parties, where there was a temporary restraining order, so the contractor was not able to continue with construction. Our building official, Jeremy Harrison, has been out there talking with the Imperium Blue representatives, the tenants in those commercial units, and really doing everything in his power to make sure that people understand that cleanup and remediation needs to continue and needs to continue in a manner that's compliant with the building code. But like I said, the actual enforcement of how those two parties are being impacted by the construction is not something that we have the authority to do through the building permit. I understand there is an agreement between the two parties to allow for the construction. The city is not a party to that.
All right, well, thank you. I'm glad you're on top of that, and look forward to updates and hopeful resolution certainly before winter. And then just on the larger, the hole in the ground, I concur with my colleagues. I think our message is, we're done with the status quo. And Mr. Bass, you mentioned things have changed from 18 years ago on building standards and whatnot. There also could well have changed what community needs and desires are. That's why I think it would be, the project was originally brought forward as a developer-driven project. I think there's an opportunity here to say what it is that the community wants right now, whether it's housing or public amenities or public space or what have you. And then to have a process to provide that input and see if we can align that with the kind of incentives that we want to provide for the kind of development that the community wants in the first place, and do that on a parallel track with serious enforcement and the stick actions. Perhaps we throw it open to a request for information among planners and developers, and to say what kind of ideas can be brought forward with some basic principles of the kind of elements we want, just to put it out there and start getting some concepts going. And then we just say that whether it's the existing developer or a potential new one, this is what we're looking at. Here's how we're willing to incentivize on the carrot side this vision. And and here's simultaneously what we're willing to do to enforce the current state of affairs. So I really think we need to kind of also go on both tracks, but get serious about kind of defining what it is we want to see there, and not just reacting to whether we're willing to provide a little incentive. I am sensitive to the idea we don't want to delay things and have another long process, but there has been a long process. It wouldn't hurt to start right now, just define a basic vision of what that is and a process to get there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. Yeah, so, for me, I feel that, as we've gone through this process and we look at the economic times and the interest rates that were here through the time that this developer could have developed, it's hard for me to think that now with the interest rates much higher, construction costs much higher, that they're actually going to get on and do something now, when for the last 7 to 8 years that they've owned it, they've done nothing, and we've seen the stock market go from 11,000 to 35,000 or something. So the economic times have never been better to develop this, not today, but 5 years ago. And so thinking that we need to and essentially wait for this developer and not be afraid that, we may have to restart a project that, 2 to 3 years of environmental reviews and planning and all of the things that it would take to do that, to me, it is the right way to go. Because I feel like, just as Mr. Friedrich said, there are different community needs. When this was built, the event center wasn't imagined, and the convention center, really, in my mind, still could fit there. But again, I think that's why going out to a public process again and seeing what would be the community desire. The difference, between the event center and what was proposed as a convention center are much different. The event center is more of an arena-style setting with an 18,000 square foot floor space that you can have a very small expo-style event. However, what we had proposed here was close to 100,000 contiguous feet, which really allows for a convention or somebody that's organizing those type of events to really bring a different scale of an event to town, which for us, Tuesday through Thursday, large events would be great. And the event center actually very much could complement those kind of large scale events, because you have your large keynotes and larger events in the event center, and your daytime expo would be on our side of the lake. So there are different things that I think, again, this whole public process would be great to almost reopen. But as where we stand, I think that kind of first things first is we need to call the developer to the table, and we need to say, look, first things is we've got to get into a new development agreement and start those negotiations. And if they're unwilling to, I think that opens the next door of using more of the stick. But if they're willing to come back to the table and say, look, we've got to go through a new development agreement process, well, then maybe we start that on that process and leave the stick aside for a minute to see how those negotiations go. But if they're not willing to work with us and honestly to see what's happened over the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of the disregard that they've had for tenants, the reaction that they've had to the point that somebody had to go get a stay from the court, I don't have a lot of faith personally in that. But I'm saying, let's bring them to the table and let's open this the development agreement. And part of that would have to have a performance bond to get to a new development agreement. And part of those things that we could force the current developer and owner to essentially develop in the right way. And then if not, and if they're not willing to come to the table, for me, it's about finding every single possible way to force the development, to force new ownership. And there's, I think, many tools that we can do to make that happen. And I feel that, we have gone through 18 years since the project first was imagined to now a hole in the ground for 12 years. Again, I said it before, the economic times were never better to develop this project 5 years ago, and they did nothing. So we cannot sit here and be naive to think that in a time when the interest rates are higher, the construction cost is higher, that they're all of a sudden going to jump to develop. So, for me, first call is to get the owner to the table and decide if they will even talk about entering a new development agreement. And if they won't, well, then we open the next door and make a move that would be more enforcement to me. Mrs. Wallace.
I have a possible motion, but if you want something to say, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a couple questions and clarifying comments, if I can, Mayor Pro Tem. So, great discussion. I think it's been a long time since this has been talked about at the council in a public forum, but just for everyone to understand, I want to make sure it's on the record. I have met with Carlson Chan, who called in. He's the owner's representative, but he's not the owner, so I have no problem continuing to work through him and seeing how high we can have that conversation. That's fine. I want to make sure there's clear understanding that the building code process does not allow us the opportunity to not approve permits submitted in conformance with what those rules are that we have on the books. So, for instance, that Zalanta Phase 2 permit that was submitted, comments were submitted back in February of 23, a few months back. They have not yet resubmitted the plans. If those were to come in, we would be obligated by the oath we take to enforce the laws of the city and the state of the California. So I want you to know that that's something we would have to do. The comment about active building development agreement, there is no development agreement. There never was. There was some operating agreement for engaging in a partnership, but development agreements typically sit in place of the entitlement process, which is the planning process. This city historically has never done those. I think it would behoove us if we had that opportunity to engage in one, because it would allow us to have tighter parameters on what the expectations are and the performance standards are as we move forward. But there is nothing and no leverage for us to say they have to get into a development agreement at this time. And finally, this conversation about public benefit conversation. We are engaging in an area plan process right now with the TCAP. I think we should make sure that this item comes up. I'm going to direct Ms. Roverud right now to work with our planning staff and make sure that this is a part of the information that goes to the Planning Commission, and that this work its way through our public review process that'll ultimately come to council in December. Great discussion. I just want to make sure some of that's on the record. So our staff is protected that if we issue a permit, we're obligated to. And with that being said, I think we do really need a specific motion, Councilmember Wallace, because there's a lot of discussion here, and I want to make sure we capture it and start working proactively to make something happen here, because the status quo is not acceptable.
And if you don't mind, just.
No,
for your motion.
please.
And so, in hearing that we don't have any development agreement, I think it was called like an ownership agreement of some sort.
That's correct.
Okay, again, that's kind of why if they aren't willing to come into an agreement to get into, like, if they're not willing to do the development agreement, then that tells us right away, we need to know, we need to move to the next track. And so, yeah, we may not have the right, but they have the right to come to the table and do what's right. And one other thought that I didn't think about was the structural, getting a structural engineer. After what we've seen, the building collapses in Florida, building collapses in Ohio recently, I think it's being looked at a lot more stringently, what rebar and concrete and the elements have an effect on. And so getting a real, I don't know if it's a third-party structural engineer to really, put a stamp on that this is okay to be built on, I think is critical. And of course, if that wasn't able to be stamped, that would greatly change. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm good.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I just, I want to be clear, my thinking when I talk about the stick side is not merely about blight code or, the citations and fines, but about being more forceful about seizing the property, about potentially bringing in a third party, a new third party who's interested in developing that site with a community benefit component, housing at the top of the list, and then provides the money that the city can use to condemn the location and then turn it over for development in the future with a performance bond or with a proper, development agreement associated with that. That's when we're talking about sticks, it's not just about, some fines in the corners here. It's about looking at starting anew, like the project did again, but doing it correctly this time with development, with a proper development agreement. So I just want to be clear that when we talk about enforcement, that's what I mean by enforcement. I don't know if we're all on the same page, but it sounds like there's consensus there. But I think that's important to clarify. In addition to
I would
that.
just caution the council on including anything about eminent domain in the motion because we don't have there is no third party interested in developing the property so far as we know, and the city doesn't have funds to pay the just compensation for that property or a project lined up. So I would just caution on that.
Can the motion suggest that staff seek out any potentially interested third parties as part of staff actions who might be interested in that?
Council can include that in a motion if you'd like. However, there would be nothing stopping such a third party from purchasing the property directly now. So I'm just not sure that's out there.
If it's for sale.
I have an idea.
Here's my motion. I make a motion that we provide direction to the staff regarding potential financing options, which include all of the following. Direct financial contributions only to housing on the property, a commitment to fee reductions, the creation of a Melrose Community Facilities District, special tax assessment and support bonds to support bond sales, tax increment financing district, enhanced infrastructure financing district, and infrastructure and revitalization financing district. Possible enforcement options, which could include blight, nuisance, and others. And that we pursue a possible development agreement with the owners that includes a performance bond and strict timelines to development. That it also includes a structural engineer assessment on the parking area. And in addition to all of that, that we pursue all avenues to development on the project area, period. And that would cover what you're talking about.
Will that direction adequately cover investigation of potential third-party transfers? Or does that need to be spelled out more explicitly in the motion?
I didn't really hear that in there. But.
That we pursue all avenues to development of the project area.
Or do we want to say including third-party something? Like, do we?
I was trying not to get that specific
Yeah.
on that one, while also being specific that we want to pursue development at all costs.
I think it's clear. You're just watching me think how operationally we go about that, so the direction's clear to me.
Okay, that's my motion.
So a question, I've raised this a couple of times, in terms of like all these incentives.
So usually you need a second before you have discussion.
Oh.
That's Robert's rules and our parliamentary rules. Sorry, I'm going to be a stickler. So it either needs a second, and then we have discussion, and then we throw it out if we don't like it.
If we want to have discussion, we can just not second it for now, and then just come back and rerun the exact same motion in a
Okay.
minute. Is that allowed?
That's allowed.
Okay.
The right thing is there's a motion on the floor. If there's no second, then
Then it
continue
dies.
discussion.
That's parliamentary.
And we can you can re-bring in the exact same motion.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, fine, then fine. So I want to give John his chance.
So it fails for a second.
I generally supportive of that, and I was just going to suggest that we pair the incentive offerings with what it is that we're asking to incentivize, or that we're offering to incentivize. You mentioned housing. I guess in my view that we would say that we would offer a package of potential incentives in service of a community vision for this site, which could come out of the TCAP. Right. I mean, out of what Mr. Urban mentioned as that process to determine what exactly it is we're trying to create in the first place, which could be housing, but it also could be other public amenities, right? So I wouldn't just say I think you said just housing. To me, it would be, we're willing to offer a suite of carrots, a suite of potential incentives on behalf of developing what it is we want, a community vision for the site that perhaps is nested most appropriately in the TCAP. So I would just.
To be clear, what I said was, we're talking about housing, but I said the direct financial contributions could only be used for housing, because in my opinion, I would only be willing to give direct city financial contributions to the project only for housing. If something else wanted to be on that project, in the city's benefit or in the community's benefit, wonderful. But the only way I would be willing to give direct monetary funds of the community or of the city to that project would be in the housing arena. Because I go back to economic development. Cities need to value themselves, and they shouldn't give away the farm to developers. And that's what our previous councils have done. And so the only dollars that we're going to hand to any developer would be for housing. Let me rephrase that. The only time I would vote for dollars to go to a developer would be for housing. So that's why I said that. That's why I worded that way. Sorry. I just want to be very clear.
Well, just to follow up, and again, I come back to Ms. Roberts, and, partner motivated to build with public benefit. To me, there could be other public benefit elements. There could be, public safety assets like we were discussing earlier. There could be open space. There could be areas for the public to gather that could be allowed by those various the package of incentives. So sure, I would love to see more housing, but I would say why not just leave it open in terms of like what, if we have a vision that who knows what comes forth of how we want to develop the property, let's leave it open for how we could incentivize it.
If all of you guys are fine with that, that's great. I will never vote for dollars, just straight tax dollars, to go for anything other than housing. All of these other incentives, the Melrose, the tax increment, all of those can be used for public benefit. But dollar for dollar, if it's not housing, I just can't support it, personally.
Yeah, I'm kind of, certainly, I'm a little stronger on that even. I'm not super keen on seeing the other benefits at hand. Yes, dollars for sure, and also the other benefits that were listed, tax incentive, fee reduction, et cetera. Given the site, the location, the nature of the need right now, I'm not saying that there'll never be a case ever for needing something else. It's a big world, but in this location, I think housing would be hands down the thing we would want to incentivize. So I would like to see the public, if there's going to be in the general case for carrots associated with the project, I want to see some workforce housing, the amount of carrot relative to workforce housing we get out of it to be negotiated, but I would like to see some workforce housing as part of that development with all of the development agreements and the contractual obligations and the requirements to actually build the thing that go with it, obviously. But yeah, housing, not just for public funds, but for the public benefits in general. I kind of half joke that we could put the city hall there, but not really. I mean, I would rather see that housing is what we need, right?
Yeah, I largely agree. My only thought is that does the housing, we definitely should require the workforce housing to be built. Does it necessarily have to be put on that site? Or can the developer put it on a different parcel so that he meets it? And to me, it would be yes. I mean, I live next to 2 hotels right next to them, and it's not the greatest place to live next to hotels. So our workforce, and maybe we create a requirement that it has to be within so many feet or whatever, but just that core, as a local, I don't think is exactly where you may want to be living. So maybe we just create a requirement, but I don't think it needs to be on the site, in my opinion.
I would generally think it's a good spot for that, but I'm willing to be flexible on that.
I'm flexible on
I'm willing
that.
to be flexible on the location. I do think that having apartment-style housing, having apartment-style housing there is fine. I think, I grew up in a city, so, but I don't think we have to be proscriptive about it having to be there if they want to build a housing development somewhere else in lieu of their, I'm not gonna blink at that.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves because staff is looking for direction on kind of initial steps, and we're kind of getting into designing the whole site.
So
Do we want to rehash?
I reiterate my motion, the same exact motion.
Can you reread it?
Yeah, I can try. Okay. I make a motion that we provide direction to the city manager regarding potential public financing options, which are direct financial contributions to housing only, a commitment to fee reductions, the creation of a Melrose Community Facilities District, and special tax assessment to support bond sales, tax increment financing district, enhanced infrastructure financing district, and infrastructure and revitalization financing district. And then we also have an develop enforcement, blight, nuisance, and so on, that we pursue a development agreement that includes a performance bond and strict timelines for development, that we pursue, that we also include a structural engineer's assessment on the parking area, and that we also pursue all avenues to development outside of this, in case none of this works with the current developer.
Second, sure.
Right.
We have a motion and a second.
That was Mr. Bass on the second, correct? Okay, I got that right. That motion carries.
All right, well, with that, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch. It is 12:45. We will return at 1:15.